No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisan's word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political men in it now?
Oh, but political you're a political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to countries, because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisan's word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. with all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want bring political Benin in it or not?
Oh, but you forever, you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded Alphas, all men on board.
So this riot situation when it comes across it, because many times you notice that
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia. On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government like Bureau an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies. The government got capital road, small, big road, all kind of the place. I think the reason Joseph Baker will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Wow. Okay. So, Mr. Gayman, are you there?
Yes, sir.
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay, you want to go ahead? Did you start already?
Yeah, you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay, you want to go ahead? Did you start already?
Not yet. So you can just go ahead.
Okay, one minute before we go on the air. When our guests coming on? Okay, 1 minute before we go on the air. When our guests coming on? Okay. There's a feedback.
Give me, are you there?
Yes, there's a feedback.
Are you hearing me? Yes, it's better. It's much better now.
Okay, when the guests coming on?
The guest should be here in the next less than 30 minutes.
Okay, so we're going to start the show, and then we will begin with the headline, and then we'll go to the fact check. That little clip. I want you to play it.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to do that. So Yeah, but you can go ahead. I think it's much better.
So let's go to the intro.
Yeah, the show is already on. It's already on.
Oh, you're kidding. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to some of our I thought behind the scene, but we are on the air. Welcome. Today is Wednesday, the middle of the week. In America, we call it the Humps Day. If you go over today, that means your week is over. And that's a good thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a special guest today. Mrs. McGill is in the house, the wife of the senator from Nagbe County, Nathaniel. Falo McGill's wife is going to be in the house to meet the press. And we are going to be querying her. We're going to be taking questions from you. I heard she's highly intelligent, capable of holding her own. So for me, it is going to be my first time interacting with Mrs. McGill. That's a good thing. But let us go to what's happening around the country while we wait for her. Some of the headlines. Out of the Daily Observer in the Republic of Liberia, they are leading with the headline, "Who leaked the president's presidential speech?" Who leaked the president's Southern speech? The unauthorized circulation of President Joseph Yuma Boyka 2026 Southern speech before the conclusion of it delivery has triggered sharp debate, raising questions about government protocol, institutional discipline, and media ethics bordering on national security. That's the headline leaving the Daily Observer that usually leans the government's way. Who leaked the president's sonar to the public? They have initiated an investigation. The Liberian investigator leads Central pressures Boyka administration to match anti-corruption rhetoric with action. They're asking the president to just don't read his flashy news. What's the implementation? Where is the beef? Liberian opposition blind to President Joseph Boyka Sona questions president's progress, job claims, and budget priorities. The UN begins training lawyers ahead of the war and economic crime courts in Liberia. From the opposition link, you cannot cook charcoal or coal tar. You cannot cook coal tar. Comey says Boyka Sona ignores hunger and poverty in the Republic of Liberia. Honorable Musa Ability dismisses Boyka Sona as overstated, questions 70,000 job claims. The president is on a serious question. The United States signals strong support for ArcelorMittal as Boyka pushes for mineral development agreement ratification. It says following high-level diplomatic talks in the neighboring Guinea, President Joseph Yuma Boyka has issued an urgent appeal to the Liberian Senate to ratify the third amendment of the Mineral Development Agreement, MDA, with ArcelorMittal. That's Front Page Africa. But before we delve into the Liberian issues, as Liberians in the diaspora, in the immigrant community, it is incumbent upon us to educate our folks, to disseminate information, to do the information awareness, so as to guide our folks when it comes to federal, state, and local issues, especially when it borders on law enforcement. And in particular today, I want to pay attention to the ongoing saga in the country with ICE. We want to talk briefly about what is ICE, what is their responsibilities, their duties, and what are the responsibilities of the citizens. After we have educated our folks, maybe by then they will be fully armed with the information as they go about their business or businesses in these United States. For the past year or two, actually a little over a year, 13 months, the state of Florida has seen the deportation of 21,000 immigrants. Some may want to wonder why we are not hearing all the noise as we are hearing in Minnesota. Not only the state of Florida is a red state, but they follow the letter of the law. The federal government, in conjunction with the local government, work together to identify, turn over convicted felons, people who have broken the law, to be deported. That is how it works. So for those of us who have some kind of communication network, it is incumbent upon us to educate our folks and give them the information as they are written by law. Not interpretations, not opinions, but as it is written. One of the questions that we have that most people don't understand is, what is ICE? And what are or what is its duty? It says ICE is the federal agency responsible for enforcing immigration laws and custom regulations within the United States. Its primary duties include detaining, deporting, and convicting unauthorized immigrants, investigating and apprehending individuals who are suspected of immigration violations, assisting in international investigations into criminal organizations and terrorist networks that threaten or seek to exploit U.S. custom and immigration laws, operating with a staff of over 20,000 across 400 plus global offices and an annual budget of around $8 billion US. ICE's operations have significantly increased under the Trump administration with a focus on mass deportation initiatives. The agency's power includes arresting, detaining, and investigating immigration violations. Though it is subject to constitutional restriction, each has the right to their privacy. And to go on to say, what are the powers of ICE? And the ICE has such a power that it expands the globe. Not just the United States, but the globe. It says it's operating with a staff of 20,000 plus across 400 plus global offices, and an annual budget of around $8 billion. It is incumbent upon us to give the information to our citizens, and it is incumbent upon the Liberian community across the country to be armed with the correct information, educate our folks so they can govern themselves accordingly. For the information we gave our folks, the rightful information we gave our folks, may save the lives of our own or that of someone we love. This is why we say when you are talking, you have to talk cautiously, you got to talk factually, and we have to inform our folk according to the law. Let me welcome Honorable Sylvester Pewee. Welcome to the show, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gayman. A wonderful evening to you. I hope everything is good from your end. I know you are the sunshine area, but for me, it's extremely and brutally cold here. Just go back.
Yes, I feel for you. I feel for you guys. It is.
And I haven't seen a snow of such in my life before. I don't know if it's been a country you saw that. I think that I was talking to a buddy, one of my white buddies saying to me, he was born. And he's over 42 years on ice. We haven't seen the snow that just hit us last weekend.
Yeah. You're kind
of. I don't know when it will go away. I don't know. I know it will be the way of everyone because it just fighting them. I mean, I don't know when we're going to go away.
It will.
I don't know when.
When the sun begins to shine and they bring out ice and they sprinkle the ice, it will melt.
The sun is shining, but it's a deceitful kind of a sun because all of the sun is terribly cold.
Your mic is cracking up.
I'm saying the sun is shining.
The microphone.
Can you hear me?
No, not clearly.
Let me go out again. I don't know because I'm not using it. Let me get out.
So the Liberian leaders in our Liberian communities, you need to be armed with the information. You need to educate your constituency properly. Okay, welcome. Let's do it again. Welcome.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Barely.
Okay. Let's do this. I know what happened probably.
Maybe it's from my
there
earpiece.
You go. There you go.
It came from my earpiece, unfortunately.
Okay. There you go.
Yes,
so
I was saying the fact that the sun is coming up, but it's somehow deceptive because underneath that sun, there's a terrible cold. So the cold it is terribly cold rather. So the ice wouldn't just melt just now because the cold going to freeze all the ice, as we're going to have it for some time. But this time was not no snow, but I think it was snow turned to ice. Imagine. But we have the news days. I don't know how they call it, hammer on the long thing, and you got to beat it to bust the thing and to get it up. It's a lot of. If you came in some area that you live, normally if you didn't know the place they bring it, just put you down. You say you basically, but are you community? But
yes. And for those of you who are driving in that kind of condition, there's something called the black ice.
Mm-hmm.
It is very, very dangerous because it is frozen, and it looks like the ground or the street.
Yeah,
you can slip and slide. I'm talking about not just human being. The car can slip and slide, and most of the elderly folks usually break their hips at this time. When you are walking on the ice and you don't see it, you slip and fall, you can break limbs. So yes, it is very, very dangerous at this time. So if you are very feet, like I'm hearing they say you guys got several inches, maybe several feet of snow.
Yes, yeah. I haven't seen this since I've been coming to this country. Since I've been in this country, I haven't seen this in different part I've visited. It's this time was terrible, and we are anticipating some coming down again this weekend. So I don't know. This weekend, I'm told maybe thereafter we'll be cooling off the snow thing. We should have, but you got any received snow?
No. Florida, we are lucky. We don't see snow. We have not seen snow. So my friends in Atlanta said they have a little snow in Atlanta, Georgia. But for Florida, we have not seen snow yet. Usually done. You are muted. There you go.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, Mr. Gayman, I think we anticipating Mrs. Miguel.
Yes.
I think that she should be somewhere in the back, so we can find out from Miss how to call him Myean. If she's around, we can bring her on.
Yeah, I have cautioned him already when the guests come. We need to be given the signal so she can come on. So he's on the alert. Myean, if you are listening, please let us know immediately when the guests arrived in the studio so we can begin to engage her, welcome her. This will be, I want to believe, would be her first time on the set, right, Mr. Pewee?
Yes, I think her first time on the set, and basically, she's politically savvy, but she's not the kind of a person that would move to the microphone, but very intelligent and quiet intellectual. She does her thing behind the scenes. She behaves almost like a husband, but for him, he's a kind of a political person, right? He's engaged, but a quiet political person that gets things done behind the scene. So yes, it's the first time I think on this show where you don't normally hear from her or thing, but she's one of those female intellectuals that we have in the country that have been quietly engaged and doing all the things. So yes, it's her first time coming on the show, but I think otherwise she's been following other political issues, but somehow behind the scene.
Great, ladies and gentlemen, do us a favor, share this show on your platform, in your chat room, with your groups. We have a special guest. Mrs. McGill is going to be in the house. As far as I'm concerned, there's no limit to the question we'll be asking. Obviously, we have to be intelligent. We have to be respectful.
Sorry, Mr. Gayman, no limit to the question, but I thought we're going to focus more or less. Bulk of the question will focus on her new project, the book, and then.
Yes. Obviously,
there's room to ask other questions. Are we going to spend the 100% on the book? Or we spending 50% on the book, or 60-something% on the book, and then we hit other areas. So we needed to understand that. So because I understand the reason for coming on tonight is to discuss the reason behind the book. Who's this lady behind the book and all of things. Probably will be asked if she's harboring some political or nursing some political ambition, something that someone predicted before and said, hey. And then the rest of that we had this discussion of things. But yes, it's open. I think if she can put a beautiful book and very top-notch book together, she'll be prepared to answer most of our respectful questions.
Yeah, when you this is why I attended Meet the Press. She's coming to Meet the Press. We're going to. She's highly intelligent, respected, but she's a high-value target. She's the wife of one of the most astute politicians in the Republic of Liberia. So the question is going to be asked about some of the things that the public want to know beyond the book. So yes, Honorable Pewee, do you by any chance have a copy of the book? You are muted.
Not yet, Mr. Gayman, but I think Myean is not paying attention. So I think she should be. Let me see if we can. Let me see. I don't know if she seems to be. Already. If she seems to be already on, but I don't know. We're not seeing her.
Okay, let me.
Yeah.
Let me see.
We're going to talk to Myean. Is something happening somewhere? So
yes, we're having a problem with the connection here. Hopefully everything is cool down there. The LEC. Hopefully our LEC is up and running. But ladies and gentlemen, keep sharing this show while we try to bring on our guest. Hopefully she gets the link and the weather permits. or the weather cooperates in Liberia, so our signal can be clear as we bring her on. I'm calling Monroe to make sure that we are on the same wavelength. But yes, Honorable Pewee, as we talk about a high-profile individual like Mrs. McGill, I think she's well prepared to talk about some of the issues, some of the things that people want to know. Who is she? How did she arrive at where she's at? What's her upbringing and what her philosophy in politics? We would like to know much about her take on family, family life, her own upbringing, and her raising her own children. Well, is there a difference between her time and this time? And you know, people want to know about what was it like when her husband got sanctioned? How did that impact the family? How did that impact her as a person? Was it political vendetta?
Yeah.
Those who were after them, what is it that, what message she has for them? For those who went after these folks, like the scripture said, God told the soldiers to stand still and I will fight your battle. Maybe as an Ennis, whose uncle was the former bishop of the United Methodist Church, maybe she can have some biblical insight as to how, when you stand still, the Lord can fight your battle. So it's going to be, it should be, and it's going to be a combination of philosophy, political philosophy, family orientation, and maybe a vision. Where does she see herself a few years from now? Does she have an interest in politics? If she did, or if she does, what would be her political philosophy? Is she a liberal? Is she an independent? Is she conservative? Well, you know, people would like to know. These are fair questions. They are not personal. They are ideological. And I think she should be able to speak to those. But first, we want to know what is the title of the book. We'd like to look at the forward part of the book. Is the forward part, who wrote the forward of the book? Is it dedicated to a particular person, and it's so wide?
Okay.
Those are some of the things that you know, we question with our writers when they are doing a book release, you know, to the press. Those are questions that are germane to writing.
Absolutely. And but beyond that, the kind of person she is, the family she's from, and other things, I will want to first and foremost, knowing her through her husband, I will put it basically. The husband is a very, very wonderful family man. A very unassuming personality, if you will. He's completely unassuming, but detailed kind of a person. And he's very compassionate, and that's one of the things. If you have got nothing to say about former Minister McGill and Senator McGill, he's a compassionate person. He's willing to listen to you despite your connections, if you will. He's a kind of a person that will talk to you in a very down to earth way and wanting to hear what you have to say, and he can help. He'll help, but he's not the type of person that want to harm you. Where he cannot, every time you talk situation to McGill, he got to find some way to help you. He's a very kind-hearted person. And I'm not saying this because he said before at senior level of government, but I interacted with him as a Gayman on two different major scenarios, looking at the other issue, but he listened to you and listened to him everybody. So his wife, since I started interacting with him, she's a kind of a humble person also, but a kind of someone that will play the role behind the scene, if you will. So I think she's all prepared to answer those questions about the motive behind writing this book and a lot of things as to if the book. I don't want to jump the gun. I don't want to come and preempt the name of the book. I would have said that, but I'm not going to do it. It's not good for strategic communication. She's coming on. She's going to narrate her own story. But the last time we launched this book was out. But the fact that the TCE is bringing her on tonight to answer some of these questions, it will just be politically and morally prudent to allow her to come and explain her story. As someone would say, I listened to one Baptist preacher before. He said they will explain your story as though they know you, but sometimes they don't know you. They pretend to want to explain your story, and that's the bad side of it. So imagine they don't know you. They say Mr. Gayman was born in Nikutan.
That's right.
Yeah, and the person, the man of God said, you will see them. They will say that full-throatedly, right? They will be very full-throated about that. Mr. Gayman was born in Nikutan.
I know him.
Remember, I know him. I even know him, man. I know his other brother. No, Mr. Gayman was born. No, and it's far from the reality. So you see, those that pretend want to pretend to tell your story, sometimes they don't really know the detail about you, and it's quite unfortunate to do that. So we allow her to tell her own story, say a little thing about how she felt, as she said, about when the sanction. I know that for a fact when the sanction her husband, she was one of the major people behind him and other things, and she's very resourceful also and other things and talent. And she's endowed with different kind of a talent. So from that perspective, Mr. Mangill went through that, and it was clear he's still going through some of those things, trying to justify why he cannot be held liable for those things. And he's working, but it's a difficult thing sometimes behind the scenes to handle these things. But again, we know this guy. And it was evident by his maximum victory in Myean County. As a matter of fact, he got extraordinary support in Myean. Beyond that, quite recently, he again triggered some tsunami appearance across the country, somewhere in Bond County and other things. So he's still increasingly very popular as a politician in the country, and major political figures, though he's played a major role in the CDC and state, he's playing those roles. But again, political pundits are now calculated. Is the guy going to be one of the running mates come 2029 or other thing, despite what people are saying across the political aisle? So yes, she's going to come and answer some of the discussion and the reason and who the book is dedicated to, if it is dedicated to anybody, if it is the women of Liberia or the children of Liberia. Or so we anticipate some of those things, but we hope to fix this so we can get the show running quickly and to go through some of those things. But it's going to be a very interactive show, and I will hope results will be very, very much okay.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, Patience Sima, thank you very much for welcoming back. Honorable Mozart, Dennis, watching from the Twin Cities. Kehleboe Gongloe, thank you very much. We got Happy Farmers Cooperative Society on here. Duarte, thank you very much for tuning in, guys. Let's share the show. It's going to be a great one. You're going to be in for a treat. Mrs. McGill is going to be here. You know, I was around when Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton were in the news constantly. The conservatives went after Hillary Clinton because everybody knew that she had potential to be wherever she wanted to be. Most likely, some said she was supposed to be the first female president of the United States. Knowing her potential, they went after her. And not for any doing of her own, but the frailties of her husband, Bill Clinton. So she had to pay the bill. She had to carry Bill Clinton's cross. She was vilified, especially when she used the phrase from the great Tommy Wynette, when she mentioned about standing by your man. And she was put through the ringers. But in our religion, and I guess in all other religions, when you get married, they say for better or for worse. So Hillary Clinton had no choice but to stand by her man. So Mrs. McGill is here. She's been married to her husband for a while. They've been through some serious stuff politically. and she is still here. They are still married. So one can deduce that she stood by her man and she still stands by her man. I understand and I knew that during the tough days of the marriage between Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton, it was so embarrassing that she resorted to wearing dark shades in public. Her husband had brought her down to her knees in shame. But she stood by her man. I want to say the same thing about Mrs. McGill when her husband was being targeted by the opposition. The entire opposition went after McGill. Locally and internationally, they went after him. I want to believe that because a woman like his wife stood behind him, she stood by her man. Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, welcome to the show.
That's our Chief. Good to see you. Happy Wednesday, sir. Happy Wednesday.
Yes, today is hump day. So today is a good day. For those of you who are in Liberia, you are over your hump. You go over Wednesday, so you can rest assured that the rest is gravy. Tomorrow is Thursday, Friday is on.
Yeah.
For some of us, we are still on the clock. We got a few more hours before we go over the hump. But Dr. Peabody, we are talking about hosting a woman who is a family woman, highly respected, highly educated, supported her husband when he was in the wrinkles, when the whole world was on his shoulders. She stood by her man. And the good old Lord rewarded her by seeing him being elected fully by the people.
Yes, Mr. Gayman. She's a very strong woman, she's come a long way, but she just represents what we talk about, a virtuous woman. That's a woman who is strong, a woman who know what it is when you make a vow for better and for worse, challenging times. She stood by her husband. She in spite of all the nonsense, all the lies and everything they said about Mr. McGill, such a good man, and they said a lot of things about him, but she stood by and she said, no matter what, I will be there, storm or no storm, let the noise go out in the market. She stood by him, and I'm very proud to have known that she wrote a very beautiful memoir and from the support of her husband. But I tell you, Mr. McGill, Senator McGill is a good man. People who don't know him may just take him to be somebody different, but he's a good man. If you get to know him and sit and talk to him, you will know how pleasant, this man is. And, we're talking about a woman who stood up in changing time, in challenging time, in difficult time, but she stood there. She said for better and for worse. And we're very honored to have her. She's in the back now. If you don't mind, we can just bring her in, Mrs. McGill. Yes, she is, Mrs. Vivian Innes McGill. What, Eddie, she gone?
Ladies and gentlemen, our guest is in the house. Those of you who have never met or know who Mrs. McGill is, she's in the house. Obviously, I'm a little biased because her uncle, Bishop John Innes, was my godfather, and I speak to him basically every day with his beautiful wife. They're in Boston and somewhere. And hopefully I will call him to come and say hi to his niece. But Mrs. McGill, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Is this your first time on the show?
Yes, this is my very first time.
Well, according to our tradition here, this is cold water, pure water. This is to consecrate your, you are bishop niece now, so we're gonna consecrate the water. And we have the man of God here. I have with me Dr. Peabody. Go ahead, introduce our guest. Dr. Peabody, are you okay?
Seems to be,
Mr. Gayman, I am so delighted to introduce Mrs. Vivian Innes McGill on her Great and Grace, a woman's story of enduring political scapegoating. Can you imagine? Look at that. Look at that. Political scapegoating. But again, as we have said, we introduce her, but this is a woman who we call a real virtuous woman, a woman who stood the test of time and demonstrated that in the midst of all the vicissitudes, she can still be a woman of great and grace. So it's my honor to welcome Mrs. Vivian Nije Innes McGill.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, do us a favor, share this show on your platforms, in your chat room and everything else. You are going to be listening to an original Liberian. When I say original, I'm talking about a family, God-fearing, you name it. Honorable Pewee, our guest is in the house. Your welcome statement to the guest.
Thank you so kindly. And as before, when we had the one-on-one before the guest came on, are we okay?
Yes, I think we have it. Since Tomalin George came on, we see his friend from the NSA doing all kinds of stuff.
Can we? I don't know if we. Can I go ahead? We have the business. Okay, there you go. Yeah, quickly. While I was saying this, I said to you and Mrs. McGill, being the kind of a person behind the scene person in terms of the politics, she does not openly get into the politics from the way we are and do things, but she's a kind of a quiet political technician behind the scene, someone that do consult, confer, and she's a quiet intellectual and married to a very savvy politician also. Mr. McGill, with his training, and that's one of the reasons why people will say time to time the kind of person he is, because he got a politician behind the scene that is not only always connecting with other people, listening to folks, but also deeply involved in advocacy and seeking the rights of women and other people behind the scene. So, Mrs. McGill, I'm profoundly pleased to also invite you on the closing argument tonight. The book, we first and foremost heard about the book. I started researching it on Amazon. I'm having some problem. I don't know if it's on Amazon already. If not, how can we push to begin to patronize this book, to get our own copy and read it and ensure that we spread a good message? But again, we want to say to you a profound congratulations on the extraordinary milestone on the part of your personality and lifting the name of your husband also. I think he should be super pleased and happy to allow you to bear his name, because his name is going to be on this book also. That's another way of doing things. But welcome, and we're very pleased to interact with you tonight.
Thank you, Mrs. McGill. Real quick before you come in, King George I. That's the king. That's the Bassa people king. King George I. Welcome, King. Your guest is here.
Yes. Again, let me also join my colleagues in welcoming Mrs. Vivian Nije Innes McGill. When I see the Innes, I'm a United Methodist, so I will have Bishop Innes. I'm a bishop, so I know there's some correlation. But it's a pleasure. When I was in Liberia about a month ago, I went to Orange Grove and I heard her name in that area, and I was like, I said, well, somebody said that someone you should look at for 2029, and I said, well, I would love to see her on the ballot, because we don't have a lot of women in our parliament, our legislature, and even if she refuses tonight, I will press her on it. I will be very straight with her to be one of those who encourage her to jump in that race. And I can say with all anybody making the announcement, I will be one of those who will be rooting for her. I don't care what people say. I believe that we need someone of her in the race and in represent that particular district, and especially with Peabody. As a man who, if he runs in that district, he'll win hands down. I'm not talking because I want him my buddy, but I was in, we spent Decoration Day a couple of years ago, and people were asking him to run. And the work he has done in Orange Grove, no doubt, if he decides to run in that district or endorse anyone, that person is sure. Then number two, her husband is one of Liberia's finest political strategists. And people ask, I mean, I want to know who convinced that had Senator Nagbe being the campaign leader for CDC or chairman, CDC would have been the ruling party today. I don't know why they decided to tell him to focus on Magibi. The guy, and the people that said, I was listening to him earlier, he understands Liberian politics very well, very strategic. They call him Punky Pan, right? You know, he Punky Pan.
That's right.
Punky Pan. That was, yeah, the guy understands. And Magibi is somebody who you don't, if you have him on your side, you know that you have a very strong team, man. Looking at 2029, whoever Magibi, I know he's still with the CDC, but if he continues in that direction, tell me, it will be a formidable race. But again, welcome, Mrs. McGill. It's a pleasure to have you. I look forward to having an interactive engagement with you tonight. Thank you for coming.
Mrs. McGill, can you hide your phone landscape like that?
Okay, let me try and see. Mrs.
Yeah.
Oh,
there you go.
Okay.
There you go. Excellent.
Okay.
Mrs. McGill, it's an honor having you on. You are on here. I am sorry that we have all male here, not for the lack of it. Some will be joining us later on. Everybody pushing their carton here. So after work, they will be coming on, and the Sarah Dopoh will be here and all of that. But welcome to the show, and tell us, introduce yourself, and who is Mrs. McGill?
Thank you so much for having me on Closing Argument. And I was just about to ask the question, why is it a boys club?
That's how I preempted you. I knew you were going to ask.
Yes. Okay, so I'm Vivian Ninja Ines McGill, because I love to always call my Ninja name. There's a meaning to that name, and I'm living by it. I am a gender and development specialist. I'm also a policy development practitioner and an incoming lawyer, or better say, a candidate for law degree come February 2026. I have worked over 15 years in the development field within Liberia. Started from the Ministry of Gender, and I have done a lot of projects on gender and development, women economic empowerment. However, after a few years working with the government of Liberia, I left to do my studies in the US, where I got my master in sustainable international development from the Bernard University. Before that, I graduated from the United Methodist University with a bachelor's in management. I'm currently a freelance gender specialist, but I also run a foundation for. And I know today is about my book, and I just want to make this clear that I'm on this platform today, not ready to discuss about Senator McGill. However, I know there's going to be questions coming in about him.
You got plenty of friends in here, so
yes, I understand that. Yes, that this is something the book is actually speaking to.
Good.
So I wrote this book out of getting out of public scrutiny and also reclaiming my voice, because there have been a lot of situations that had to do with my character being on the line. After working so many years as a development practitioner or feminist, and hearing my name just going down the drain, I thought I could stand in the gap for Liberian women. So basically, I'm here today to share with you what actually led me to writing this book. But I will stop here for now, and I think you guys are going to come up with questions, then we can pick up from there.
Great. First of all, what's the title of the book and what inspired the title of the book?
Thank you. So the book is called Grit and Grace, a woman's story of enduring political scapegoating. So what actually inspired me was that, like I said earlier on, I have been through public judgment, private pain, for a period of time, especially from 2018 to, I would say, current, but it's not so bad as at current. But basically, I was already into politics all along my life. When I started to vote, the first time I became a voter in Liberia, I actually worked for a political party, the Liberia Action Party, which I became the financial secretary. And later on, we joined with Unity Party. And after that, I left, went to school. While I was in school, I had to work along with Liberty Party and also work as an executive member. So I've always been into politics. Notwithstanding, I have also built my professional background. So during that period from 2018 to, let's say, 2023 or 2022, there were a whole lot of scandals that my name was alarmed with. And basically, those things were coming up not because of something that I did as an individual, but it came up because I was attached to a politician who had a higher position in government. And I felt that that was very dishonest and unfair to me as a person who have worked in Liberia, because the records are there. I have worked in Liberia extensively and I have done my part. However, my name just being out there because I am married to this person. Some people will say it's normal, but I believe that it's something that we can look in. It's a policy issue that we can look in, social policy issue that we can look in, because these are things that actually put women at the bottom. There are a lot of women who have had these experiences and they don't want to talk. I wrote this because of them. I wanted to know that if I can go through that, you can also go through it and you can survive. That was what led me to writing this book. And moreover, I have a daughter who is a teenager who was already on social media and reading these things. How am I going to explain myself to my child every now and then with these stories about me? I felt that life is short. Anything could have happened to me. If I don't tell my story, the narratives that are out there for me could be the one that will be left behind. And you cannot blame anyone for telling your story if you don't say it, if you don't tell your story. So that was one of the things that motivated me to write this book.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, you are talking to an astute, highly intelligent, a candidate for a law degree in the Republic of Liberia. She made it clear. Comes February, the next time she appears on the show, she will be a full-fledged lawyer. So be on your toes. Dr. Peabody, we have a book that is fantastic from what I can see, the title and the zeal behind it. Your take and a question to the madam.
You know, I just been reading a sneak peek of the book. Just, I mean, because I'm still trying to get it order and to go through the whole thing. But just a little bit I read, it brings you this deep sense of rekindling yourself. You know, like it reminds me of hope being rekindled. You know that in spite of everything, that yet you can still bound, you can still make it, you can still proceed. Look, one of the things I was looking at is you talk about the Liberian proverb, Mrs. McGill. You said stones are not thrown at fruitless tree has been more than just saying in my life. It is a beacon of light that has guided me through the darkest time, reminding me that the challenges I face are not a mark of failure, but a testament of immense potential. Now let's talk about that. That goes deep to the heart. Let's talk about that.
So that statement, I have laid by it, and I will tell you for a fact that I'm a young woman who grew up in Liberia, and some of the things that really got to me was that I saw people who knew me, where I came from, and how hard I have tried to improve myself. And these people were there, were even part of people who were mocking me and saying negative things about me. So I felt that they couldn't have just been anybody. If I was someone who just uh, living in Liberia and not doing anything, not working, not making impact on the lives of people, I don't believe that people were going to speak to them. Not to downgrade anyone, but I believe that there were a lot of other political wives that people could have attacked. Not to look down on anyone, I'm just saying that why was it me? Was it something that they saw in me that was special? Was I doing something different from other people that made them to attack me? So that quote actually was something that I thought about. If I was someone who was just a regular person, I believe that no one would have ever thought about talking about me practically every morning. Because there was a time in my life where I didn't even want to go back to school, because how do I go back to school? How do I even go back to work? When I wake up every morning, some talk show host will be on my name and creating stories that doesn't even exist. That was a really, really tough period for me. But then again, when I sat down and thought about it, I said that there is something in me that I believe I'm called to do. And those are some of the things that led me to write, because I believe I'm going to be that person who going to speak for a lot of women. And sometimes I say that even if one person could just learn something from what I wrote, that's going to make me feel very, very good. And I've been getting a lot of feedbacks. The feedbacks are very positive, because there are a lot of things people don't know. There are a lot of people don't even know that I have even worked, I even have my own career, or whether I was even based during the time my husband was a minister. Nobody knows. Majority of people don't know, or maybe they pretended not to know. But then again, like I said, this is for every other woman who wants to get into politics, or every other woman who wants to contribute to the country. Because that was one of the things that brought me back to Liberia. I went to school. I could have been like any other person to say, stay in foreign land and just do what you have to do. But I chose development studies because I wanted to contribute to my country. And surprisingly, I didn't even wait for graduation. I had to rush back to come and do my first gig. When I got back, I had to do something with USAID for a few weeks. From there, before I went back to the Ministry of Gender, I had to do a World Bank project. And those were successful projects. The records are there. But yet and still, everything about me after 2018 became the wife of the minister. No one knew my name again. So as a result, mostly when I go places and people try to introduce me, this is Mrs. McGill, this is the daughter of James Innes, the bishop of the former bishop of the United Methodist Church, brother's daughter. I usually make that correction that I want to be known by my own self. I'm very happy to be married. I'm very proud to be the daughter of my father and the wife to my husband. However, I want to be known for who I am, because I work hard for it.
Excellent, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard, you are listening to a woman who knows what she wants to do. She knows who she is. We are going to be discussing with her. We're going to delve into the book, but we also want to delve into her family life. Where was she born, who her family, her upbringing, and how did that upbringing had an impact on her present day reality. Honorable Pewee, you are muted.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Quietly, I was very attentive just now, and I can remember Mrs. Schoolbowman, third grade Ghanaian teacher, told me, then Ghanaian, way back in Jamaica, said, Sylvester, normally when you about to take, we are listening to a very interesting story, so take your pen and listen keenly and take note, and then we'll give you the time to come back. Mrs. McGill, with deep interest, and let me comment you again on the book, but you said something very profound just now. and that you are the daughter of Mr. Innes, you are the wife of Mr. Myean, and you're proud to be the wife and the daughter. But another thing you amplify and you emphasize just now is that you want to be known as Nije, what Nije have done in terms of that line. And that is very profound. You struck a very profound point just now. But let me take you back, and a lot of folks also didn't know that, and myself didn't know that you even came here in this country and you did a master's in development study. That's a very, very an extraordinary feat to accomplish also. And you struck that and other thing in the book. And I haven't read the book. I'm trying to see how I can get mine to go into the book, and I can commit. I'm going to do that. I haven't done that also. And a lot of Liberians also didn't know. All of the times they've been on your name, they didn't know that you worked before for a protracted period of time with the Ministry of Gender. Many people didn't know this, right? And you just narrated all these things, and this is a very pleasant thing to hear. But let me come back to you quickly and say, the fact that you wrote this book, and you have to bear in mind, you agree with me, the fact that many people didn't even know that you did most of those things, and you will bear with me that many of our citizens wouldn't go to read this book, many of them. So I know you want to start something very rigorous in terms of lifting your own character and what you've done globally and nationally also. Will you continue this? And as a mark of advocacy on behalf of Liberian women, I'm going to go to the book later to my second question, but I want to push this back to you, that if you want these things to be new about you, are you going to tell us tonight that moving forward, you're going to be very proactive and engaging into other things that would benefit other young Liberian girls, young Liberian women, and other things, but you're going to be proactive so that your story will be told nationwide? By that, you engage not only the print media, because this is about print, you wrote a book, but will you be on radio station? Will you be having town hall with young students and moving forward across the country so your story can be told? It's not only people, because there was a time I saw somebody publish something about you on your entertainment era. I was mad about that. That's the only thing they would say. But no one ever said that you did masters in development studies. Will you personally be moved to start sitting on the kind of a platform like the closing argument, like OK Money Rush, like this show, like so now you go in Bon County, you go in Mangibi, back in Grand Bassa, have conversation. Will you assure us that moving forward you're going to be very proactive in doing that, not only the book that you wrote?
Thank you. And I think you really need to go through the book. I like that point that you just stressed. Actually, I have been really engaged in Liberia. I didn't only just work for the Ministry of Gender and did projects with World Bank or the USA gig that I had. I also worked 4 years plus as a gender specialist for UNDP country office, the gender focal point. So I did contribute to the gender and the national security sector reform book in 2021. But then again, you are right. Probably I didn't do a lot of talking about these things. And in development work, we usually say that if you don't tell the public what you are doing and they don't know, they wouldn't know. And you cannot blame them for what they don't know. Yeah. So I have worked in the gender and security field. I have worked on gender-based violence issue. I work with the Rule of Law Department and also serve as the country office focal point for gender. So you can imagine that I was very engaged with all ministries. I have done trainings in countries and what have you. But regarding and how I intend to spread the word, I've already set up because I'm currently running a foundation called Need for Women. This foundation has been in existence for 3.5 years. So what we do, we work with the poorest of the poor in few counties. Currently, we are in 3 counties. We are working in 3 counties. I have done trainings for women in life and business skills in Myean and Bon. And in Grand Bassa, we just completed training for almost 100 plus women who we taught how to learn how to drive. But in Bon and Myean, we have done over 300. And I can tell you for sure that my name is there. However, for the book, you are so right. The intent is to actually go from schools to the communities and not just have formal engagements, like you said, going on air and what have you. I want to make it informal. I want us to talk about it. I want us to be practical, like how I'm doing here today. I want to be practical. I want to meet with young women. I want to tell them my story. I want them to give me positive feedback on how they feel about it and how also it could link to their life and how they can benefit from it, and I can also learn from them. So the honest feedback is something that I want. So I intend to go into counties, into communities and schools. So we have that plans already. The rest assured, I'm not just going to sit back now. Like I said, this book was written because I reclaim my voice.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent. Tomalin George, if you are here, let's go to the book. Usually books are separated in segment. One particular portion that I really like is the forward. I don't know if you have a forward to your book. If you had a forward to the book, who wrote the forward or who was it dedicated to?
For this memoir, no, I didn't do a forward.
Okay.
This memoir doesn't have a forward, no. So we just went straight to the author's note about the author, and we went straight into writing the chapters.
Okay, let's talk about the author. Where was this author born, her family upbringing to where she, and how did that influence where you are?
Thank you. Okay, so my father used to work for the BF Gurish plantation. He's from Grand Bassa County, but then he worked as an agriculturist at the BF Gurish Nansen Dabi. There where I was born. I was born there in the 80s, 1983. I would love to call my age also because there was one issue with my age all around Morroville once. And I'm very proud of my age. I believe that I have accomplished a lot of things and my age is okay. So I was born in BF Gurish at BF Gurish Plantation. But Mr. and Mrs. James G. Innes, he's late currently. My mother is still alive. She's from Bombay. So interestingly, my father met her in Bombay County, where her father used to work also. I didn't actually grow up there because after I was born, like 2-3 years, my father had to move to Grand Bassa to work with another company there. So I had to live in Grand Bassa, and later on we moved to Morroville. And I had a very humble beginning. Like I said, my father is an agriculturist and my mother was a stay-at-home mother. However, we went to some of the best schools in Morroville. I graduated from B.W. Harris Episcopal High School, and my upbringing was very humble. I started my early childhood education in Barnesville, where we grew up. I used to go to Johnsonville to get coal, to sell coal. I used to help my mom. There was a certain time after the war we used to sell in the market. So I had a very humble beginning. And later on, when I went to B.W. Harris, I saw how my parents struggled to pay my school fees and everything. When I got in college, I was just pushing to do my best to make them proud. And I think we all did as children. We all have gone to having degrees. I have one of my brothers who is a lawyer currently. I have my other brother who has a PhD. And one of my brothers and I graduated in February. So we had a very humble beginning. However, we came up in a home that was very well organized. And we had family that had tough restriction when it comes to education and the push for that. And so that was my upbringing from Bombay to Bassa and Barnesville.
Excellent. Dr. Peabody, our guest is here. I knew the late the late Jimmy Innes very, very well. He was like a mentor. We grew up on Totman Street in the same yard. When they were going to LU, he and John, we would be out there. When they coming from LU, we'd be lining the street to see people coming from the University of Liberia. We heard about their record at Bassa High School and all the other great stuff. So when I was growing up, I think your younger brother, was the Garguah Innes. Garguah was one of those young men that I took to when I was stopping at the bishop's compound, he would be out there and we would talk sociology, we would talk about social theory. And then he called me, he told me that he was moving to Ghana with his wife and all of that. So that's great. But Dr. Peabody, our guest is touching, we talk about family issue. You as a man of the cloth, a family, you know, when we were in school, when civic was being taught in school, they said the beginning of the government is the home, the family. If you have the family intact, your governmental positions, your worldview will glow. So here we are, we're having a family-oriented talk here. Dr. Peabody, your take.
It seems like, you know, we're a family view, but I'm curious to know, Mrs. Miguel, how do you write a book in the midst? Because I know when, you know, when people are tarnishing your name, when they are saying things about you, it has that personal effect on you. I mean, it affects you in different way. How do you even sit to concentrate to write something like this?
Thank you. I think it was a form of healing for me. The writing was actually a form of healing for me. And to be honest, I didn't just start writing this book like 2 years ago. So I started like 4 years. I thought about it, wrote, I left it, and pick it up again. It was a hard one for me, honestly. But then as time went by, I thought that why are you not talking about these things that you want to talk about? It was very heavy on my heart that I needed to say these things and help others because I wasn't in a position to actually let go of not talking. I think because I'm an Aries, we don't just let things go easily. But I was like, every morning when I wake up, there was a call to me. You need to do this book. And I had some family members too who actually motivated me and that pushed me. You can do it. You can do it. Just do what you have to do because you're always talking about this. I think this is something that will really help you in your healing process. Um, that actually led me to doing this book, but it was a tough one, and you won't believe. But then I was also between the law school and writing. So for me to even publish, it was due to the fact that I had completed my courses. I completed my courses last year, and I was just waiting for graduation. So last year I had to go through the process publishing because I had that time and my mind were already free of the law school. So I just went for it. And also I wanted something that's very simple and easily read. So I did something that is not so huge. I wanted everyone that pick up this book to read it, understand it, and get done with it and reach to the end because the last chapter in this book is something that also helped me in the process. That question you asked actually is really an important one because if you read it, the last chapter, I talk about redemption. And one of the things that led me to getting at this point of publishing and launching this book was the fact that I had to pray. I had to come to a point where I needed God on my side, especially during the period where tension had to come. I had to be insulted. People had to use women underclothes to put my name and face to it on social media. It was something that actually got to me. But one thing that led me to being myself and to stand today to be able to say I am an author because I know God and I came out in a home that was based on Christianity. I grew up in a Christian home. So that really helped me. I prayed and I had to lead to that direction of just waking up every morning, doing my normal prayer and going on to do my writing and completing what I had to do. Well, it was a tough one. It was never an easy task. As small as this book is, it's just 5 chapters, but it took me a while to publish.
Hmm. So let me before we go to Tomalin, tell me about. You say you have to explore some very special character. Who are some of the characters that you actually explored in this book?
Ah, so I really don't want to speak to them or to call their names. That is why I left them out. But these were people that, I mean, what they did, there was no reason, there was no basis of them doing what they did, like what I explained in the book. Um, one of it had to do with someone going to my pastor to tell my pastor that I was supposed to be employed. Like I said, I used to work for gender ministry. When the CDC government took over, I was actually at the Ministry of Gender. I was fully employed as a civil servant. But then, after a period of time, when my last project ended, I had to leave because I didn't feel my presence there anymore, or my presence wasn't being valued. Honestly, I'm a workaholic. Everywhere I have worked, in the UN, everyone I have worked with will tell you that Vivian loves her job. You wouldn't hear, I left my mark everywhere I worked. Even with those projects that were on the World Bank projects, the UN Security Council resolution projects that I managed while I was at the ministry, everyone will tell you that Vivian loved her job. But then at that time, when this transition came in, I had to step back because I think everyone was new and everyone was trying to settle in. So there was so much like, okay, we can do the work. I had to step aside. I left the Ministry of Gender for months before even getting the vacancy that I saw for the UN that I later on worked with. So, and some of the things that happened with those characters, the characters were like, Vivian cannot work in our government because she supported Liberty Party. And I did support Liberty Party during the first round. Later on the second round, I supported CDC because I was, with the basketball with the Liberty Party business while I was in school.
That
I work
Bronsky,
along
that
with
that
Liberty
Bronsky.
A Bassa party.
and
Yeah.
no one answered it, you want to basketball, keep basketball, I can't see that clear. Go ahead. Sorry
And that's so
for
much
the
that. But I think I was the policy for Liberty Party back then while I was in school was aligned with what I was thinking and the vision I
Okay.
had for Liberia coming back and pushing back. So it was a fact. It was a well-known fact. I didn't have that. I actually worked for Liberty Party. And the second round, I voted for CDC. But then you cannot hold people. If people don't want to see you around, you have to step aside. So I had to step aside, and I had to play the family role. I had to be the best person. I still had to smile while leaving. But things worked out for my good because I was able to go into an environment that actually helped to build my capacity and expanding my knowledge on things that I actually wanted to become in the future. So I believe also that things always work out for the good. And those are some of the things that I wrote about. And those characters that I talk about were in the background, like if Vivian wants to have this position in our government, no, it cannot be. But then again, I wasn't the only person, the only political wife that had position. So why was it about me? If you look at history, you will see that I wasn't the only one, and yet I'm qualified. But those things happen. But what I was speaking to in the book is that this is something that we need to stop doing because these things hurt our country. You have someone who took their time to go to school and say, I want to come back to work. I had options. I could have worked anywhere in the world, or I could stay anywhere and work. But I decided to come back to my country. But yet and still, we don't look at the bigger picture. We look at the alignments and everything. But in the end, we all became one big happy family. I hope that we learn from our mistakes and move forward and try to move our country further because we always talk about capacity within our country. And you have people who have the capacity and you want to keep them away. That's an issue. And this is something that I wrote about, and I believe that I wrote it with my full chest, to be honest. I wrote that with my full chest, and I'm ready for the debate. I believe this is for the good of everyone and for the good of Liberia. I stop there.
Excellent, excellent. Real quick, we're coming back to you. Can you tell us the title of the book again and the platform from which we can purchase this book? If you want to read all the juices in the book, we can't talk all here today. Buy the book. Where can we buy the book and the title of the book?
So the title of the book is Grit and Grace, a woman's story of enduring political scapegoating. And you can find this book on Amazon. I have it on
Okay.
Amazon. I know they have something with Amazon UK, but actually I have friends and my sisters within the US. My brothers are already purchased from
Can
the
you go on the
US.
name again? Put it again. The name again.
Grace. It's a Great and
Grit
Grace,
and
right?
Grace, Grit and Grace, a woman's story of enduring political scapegoating. I'm sure
I will
once you
put
put
that.
in my full name, it's going to pop up.
I will
Okay.
put that up. I will put that up.
Yes.
So
Please.
yeah.
And in
Great
Liberia,
Grace.
we
Hmm.
are, yes. And in Liberia, we actually have it at 17th Street, where we have our office, Lead for Women office on the 3rd Avenue. I'm going to share that on my social media platforms where you can call and we can also deliver to you.
Can
All
you
right.
give us? Can you give us your social media handles, please?
So currently I'm Vivian Ninja Innes on Facebook.
Okay.
Yeah. And on LinkedIn it's the same. LinkedIn is the same.
Okay.
But basically I use the social media that I use for this is Facebook and Instagram.
Okay.
Instagram, I think I have, yeah, the same Vivian Ninja Innes.
Excellent. Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to buy the book, Grit and Grace. It is a great book. For those of you who like the G's is in the 4th and 5th chapter. We can discuss all. But Chief Tomalin, you are next.
Let me again congratulate you, Madam Vivian Nije Innes McGill. Let me congratulate you for this book. Is not an easy,
Okay, I just
it's
got
not
the
an
book. It's
easy
here.
feat
It's on Amazon.
Okay.
for someone to author a book, especially for what they have experienced in their lives. And our country, is a country where our politics is very toxic. Like you said, you're a qualified person. I remember I knew you were working with the UN, and it was good that you even went to the UN because are you taking a job? They would have said, oh, because of the connection, that's why. And like you said, you are qualified. You are very qualified, and so forth, and so forth. And so it was something good that you did, and also you went to work and continue your education. And today, soon in the next few months or weeks, you become a attorney at law, and I know you go on to become a counselor at law. That's something that we're looking for in our society. As you were speaking, our society, the women in society, most of the time, people say they are marginalized. And if you look on the stage today, you see Madam Sali is in her sunset. We got today, when we talk about Liberian women that's on the national scene, the former Vice President, Madam Taylor, you got the President Pro Tem, Madam Kanga Lawrence, the Foreign Minister, Madam Beslo Yanti, the Surgeon Nima, Ms. Gono, you got Madam Edith Gongloe Ware, the Cape Mount Superintendent, Senator, and you got Lima Bowie, you got Councilor Mariah Yakula, Charlene Brobskin, all these women, young women coming up. These are the people we're looking up to now to occupy the stage. But I have some concern, right? Based on look at your resume and look at what you have done. But like I think Pewee tried to allude to it earlier. But I noticed you have been silent on issues, and most of the time, women issues are the young people are being violated. And with all you got, the experience you got, I would think that you should be more vocal, as we talking about tonight. Be more vocal on issues that affect the women and children, young children, and let people say when an issue happen in the country, they say Madam Vivian Nije Innes, the CEO of Need for Women, spoke, because when you talk about raping children, all this stuff, let people start to picture you that when they ask the question, who has spoken, because when the issue, they say somebody was raped today, and they say people are speaking, they will ask the question, the CEO of Need for Women spoke, Have they said anything? So I want to encourage you today, going forward, be more vocal, use your voice, and be very eloquent. You somebody who is prepared for this task, especially if you become a lawyer. That's an added advantage. So I would love to see you going forward in the next few months, years that coming. Be that voice of reasoning, that voice of that will be independent voice that the children will look up to, young people look up to, say, well, people can go to you and say, we need your help. We need you to add your voice on this issue. So we want to hear you, so I encourage you to do it. But my question is, in all that's happened, for you, even what really, after all this happened, you could have said, well, I can't stand it. I go to America, I go to Europe, I go to live and just forget because I'm too young for this stuff. I can't go through it. But what motivated you? What made you to say, well, I will be a resilient person. I would not give up. I'll write a book to even share my story. What was the cause?
I think because I have always been passionate for development work. And moreover, especially knowing the needs of Liberians and Liberian women as it relates to development. I did development studies, so it cut across even youth. So this passion has never allowed me to leave Liberia. And to be honest, you're right to ask that question. There was a point in time that I even wanted to say, okay, I'm forgetting about this law school. I'm going to leave. Like 2023, I was like, what am I doing here? I can go anywhere and live and work. But then I had to come back. I spent almost a year plus in the UK. I had the opportunity of working there because I actually went on a work visa. But then I had to come back. I had to come back to complete my law school and also carry on my development work. Like I wrote in the book, I talked about the need for women project that I went on during 2018 in Nagbe and Bon County. While interacting with these women and girls, I felt that my problem wasn't even big equal to what they were going through. So how am I going to forget about all of this? The smile that I saw on their faces, the way I saw how they were willing to even put their time into their work that we were doing because we had lack in business skills doing for them. You will see women who are pregnant 9 months coming to class every day. The passion is there for them, but not so much is being done. And I believe that we need all hands on deck. We cannot leave everything with the government or the international partners. These small initiatives actually put smile on our citizens. So this was something that led me to coming back and staying. After a few months of being in the UK, and I was like, no, I had to go back, complete school. And that was how I came back and started again my other project in Grand Bassa County with the women who we did women need to drive. And we went through that process. You can tell that those people are in a construction area, majority of them not educated. They were just so happy for that initiative that we took to teach them how to drive. Some of them was like, okay, we're going on to start applying to companies and see how we can become drivers, because most often you will see the advertisement or they will ask for women, but they never had that capacity. When we did that, they were so happy. So this is what have actually driven me to coming back or staying in Liberia. I go out there anywhere and say, okay, I'm good. I can work here. I'm a young girl. I can live. But I thought that being away is not going to help. And this is the mindset I've always had. I have some of my family members who feel that I'm very different, and they would usually say that I just love Liberia for no reason. And they would tell me, oh, that country is not good for you. But I know that Liberia can be good, and Liberia will be good with the help of every one of us. Yeah.
And Osaka, there's another one there. I would say this. It's good that you never allowed your critics to define you and to silence you because your voice. But I think the part I got is that I want you to be that voice to step up. Step up your game, yeah. Step up your game because you have the voice. You have what it takes to be that voice for the voiceless. You know, and like I said, take it or leave it. I admire the young women that coming up like you in that category, and with them, and you guys are the one that should take over that space now. That Madam Salih left that space. I remember during her days, Madam Salih used to be with the men. She was somebody who people said all kinds of things about, but she understood the struggle and she fought, and she was one of those who went to jail and did stuff. At least we have passed that stage, but I want you to be that voice, that active voice that will be there to speak. And that's why I said, I know you came to talk about your book, but when I was in Orange Grove, I heard about your name there. So I don't know, but I will encourage you. I will encourage you. Remember, I encourage you. I will encourage you to not give up. You should not don't start from it. Step in the race. Don't give it. Don't let it pass. Want to see more of you in that space. So let me say again, as continue, we want to say that I want to say that look, we look forward to continue to have this engagement, and I love that you never give up. You never allow your voice to be silent. They wanted to silence you. That would go to silence you to say, well, we put her down, and then she would give up. But you're a resilient person, so keep that resilient spirit, you know. And so, but what you advise for those who experience what you have experienced in the past? What would you advise to some of your peers or young people that are coming up?
One thing I would say that do not give up and never allow anyone's opinion to define you as a young woman. Because that one thing that actually kept me going. Because I knew myself and I knew my capabilities. So I was like, no, this is not me. You can say it, but I'm going to come up and debunk it. At a point in time, people had to be talking to me, Vivian, you need to be calm and cool. And that's one thing that keep people down in our country. People want you to be silent because you are a political wife. So anyone can come out any day and say anything about you. Do not say a word. And let me give an example. I went to a renowned politician funeral in Liberia. That's one of the things that really got to me too. I will not call his name. When I went to his funeral, I was shocked when I listened to his left speech that was read and heard about his humble beginning. But in the end, in Liberia, everyone knew him to be a white collar lawyer. White collar politician. Because I want to practically describe him. White collar politician. And one thing I said to someone who sat by me, I was like, how is it that people say these things and we didn't really go back to this man's history to say the truth about him? This is somebody that came from nowhere. He was a janitor, worked as a cadet, and everyone I called him white collar lawyer. So when I actually started to experience similar thing and people calling me, people felt that I was a slave queen because the only thing they had to say about me, oh, she buy him bag or her husband money, she used her husband money. I was working and making good money. And all you had to say about me, you never had anything to say about my contribution with my work that I was doing. I was contributing to reform processes, to policies. It wasn't in hidden because I'm not someone who is so silent or don't show what I do. Because one thing I learned in my development work, you always need to be visible. So visibility for me, it was always there. Maybe I wasn't going around here and talking or doing the tough talking, but when it comes to policy work, I was always sharing these things. But these are things that people didn't want to see. Or they saw it and they felt that no, we're just going to attack her from the other angle. We're not attack her on that basis. And I believe that sometimes these things are deliberate. So we need to speak up. And when I left from that funeral, one of the things I left with that I'm not going to sit in Liberia and allow anyone to tarnish my reputation without saying a word. I will write and I will also talk about it.
Excellent, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our guest, Vivian Innes. I know I have to add the McGill, that the one you're waiting for. And the G's you are waiting for. Honorable, I'll call you honorable now, hopefully. The name sticks, but let's talk about, I'm gonna talk about you, your husband, the adversity that he faced. How did you manage to support, stand behind? But in the meantime, but let's talk about the title of the book before we move into the other stuff, the politics. Scapegoating. Talk to us about scapegoating. How did you arrive, or how did you experience scapegoating?
Okay, one of my experiences had to do with my husband being the minister and everything that was relating to him. People felt that, okay, take for example, censure, even though I don't want to go into that. And everyone felt that when he's on censure, I should be on censure. And they had both of us pictures and everything. And even before that, there were things that were happening in government. Whenever his name comes up, they tried to drag me into it. I felt that was scapegoating because I also have my job. And I believe that if I am doing something at my job that maybe I misbehave at my job and I'm being punished for that, no one going to come out to say my husband should be punished along with me. It's not common. Even within government, there were women who had positions. You will never hear anyone talking about their husbands. So I believe that this thing was a woman thing. It always had to be one man talking and someone talking about somebody's wife, but no one is talking about somebody's husband. If you look at the percentages, it has always been that way. So I gave that example in the book. If I was in the position of being the minister of state and I didn't perform or I had issues that I was sanctioned, would the public be calling for my husband to be punished along with me? That is not common. Will people even be dragging my husband? You had to see that. How many women have had issues? We don't even know their husband's name. Have issues in government that even went to the point of them being announced that they had issues. No one talked about their husbands. But when it comes to a man in politics and you have a wife who also is a little bit visible or maybe known, everyone wants to point at her. So these are things that I actually spoke about that needs to stop, and we need to talk about it. It may not stop now, but as we speak about these things, others who are in position will not be affected like the way I was affected. And just for me to end. And those are some of the things that even led me to leaving, to resigning from my job. I never had issue at my job. And I can tell you for a fact that I had a very good working relationship with my office back then, with the UN. But because of the constant media publicity on my name and coming up with stories, I had to prevent my career. I had to step aside. And you know, something happened that was so astonishing. When I thought about stepping aside, it didn't take any time. We never even knew that my husband was going to be sanctioned. Then another dragging came about. And that year was the year I even lost my father. I saw someone writing on Twitter on a post that I made for my office. The person is writing under my post stating that, oh, we don't even care that her father is dead. We're going to drag her. Drag me for what? Because of my husband or because of me or what I have done? So I thought that it was important that I write this and I speak about it, not just writing and coming on this media to talk about it, but I'm going to have this conversation. I'm going to have informal conversations with women and men as well, because you never know. Anybody, it could be anybody. And we need to stop. We need to stop because these things keep people down. I could be one woman who would say, I don't want to ever show my face in public in Liberia because there was a lot of shame, there was a lot of embarrassment. Like, can you imagine waking up in the morning, going to school, and your name out there that you stole your husband's card? It was really a tough one. But then again, I'm glad that I was able to get my healing through this writing, and I'm also in a position to express it with my full chest. I'm very happy, and I'm very glad that I also came on this platform today to be able to share my story.
Great. Some folks are asking where we can get a book. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you just tuning in, the name of the book is Grit and Grit, as in GRRT, meaning strength. Grace, as in being humble. It is a woman's story to enduring political scapegoating. If you ever had a friend, a husband, a boyfriend, a parent, and they can't get to your parent, but they can get to you, so they will scapegoat. They will go at you because they just cannot get to the actual target. The book can be held. You can purchase one from Amazon. You also can purchase one on the bypass. She said, he said 3rd Street or 3rd Avenue?
17th Street, Single, the Lanza.
Okay, great. There you go. So you can get it on 17th Street in Single. You can get it on Amazon. She will leave her social media handles. You can call, you can text, you can email, you can make a request. They can even deliver to your site if you so choose. If you want to buy in bulk for your school, for a group of girls, for if you have an organization that will want to have a broader view of a world view of a woman's story, this is a great book that I would recommend you buy in bulk. And I think they have a deal if you buy in bulk. You can also get a good deal on that. So yes, you can get in touch with Vivian. She's affectionately known as Vivian, even though everybody wants to call her formally Mrs. McGill. But she would like to talk to girls. If you're from a school, you want to come on, I think the lecture series is open. She can now come and lecture and talk and discuss. And if you want her to host a panel, she can also come and talk those issues. She's waiting. She's coming out. When are we launching this book officially, Mrs. McGill?
Oh, I'm sorry. We just launched this
book. The book is already launched.
Yeah, we just launched it this gone weekend on Saturday. Okay. And the launching was really a good one. The turnout was good. We had a lot of women there and we had a pro tem who was able to launch the book as the chief launcher. It was a good interaction. It was a very good evening. And I believe this message is going to go out because a lot of women, it resonates to a lot of women, a lot of Liberian women. But now we are ready to reclaim. We have actually reclaimed our voices and we are ready to move on. So, I mean, people are purchasing this book. The feedbacks are so much. I mean, everyone just coming up like, even where can we get this book? Even those that are not in Liberia are reaching out to me. So I'm really glad that I was able to do this. Even though at a point in time I had fear, I was thinking, oh, can I do this? Can I not do this? Will it be something good for me to do? Can I tell what I'm telling in this book? But I feel really free now, and I feel at peace, and I know that it's for the greater good for everyone.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, Vivian, I want you to autograph my book. I'm going to buy it. Somebody's going to come to your office. I need an autograph copy.
Okay.
And someone is going to pick it up from your office for me. Let me welcome Ink. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you so much, man. Great topic. Great to see Madame McGill. Vivian, I will call her for short because she's a friend. I mean, we are excited about the book. We've been following the development. I'm ready. I'm really glad that you set an example to women all over who come out to tell the story. So we look forward to the conversation and see how we can also be able to expand the conversation. Because going through some of the things you mentioned in the book, it transcends even the challenges women face in Liberia in particular. I think those are issues that women face all over the world, even in the United States and different parts of the world. So I think your book stands as a serious call for us to now take it seriously about the challenge that we deal with. And of course, I conclude on this and welcome you to say women form a very significant component of our population in Liberia and of course the world at large. So I think allowing them to have just as much as a voice and treating them as an individual first before their sex, I think it will be great. So welcome and good to see you. Hello to everybody else, and we look forward to the conversation.
Real quick before I go to Honorable Pewee, Nora Ho wants to know, are you coming to the United States? Are you planning to come and do a book launch here for the diaspora Liberians?
I wouldn't speak to that now because I really don't have a plan. Like I said, I'm planning right now for graduation, planning to settle in, planning to practice. So I will have to give it a few months to think about that before But I think it would be a good thing for me to actually move around because I have plans for Paris, I have plans for the UK. So definitely one of these days, I have a lot of friends, colleagues, schoolmates in the US. So I would love to actually share my story with them.
Excellent. Honorable Pewee, you next on The Price is Right.
Yes, and I've been going through that. Just placed my order. It's 2164, so it's good. We have to contribute.
Yeah, I just placed my be here on Saturday.
It's on Amazon.
Yeah, I just placed mine. I'll be here on Saturday.
2164, and we're gonna do that and encourage many of our Liberians here in the U.S., particularly and outside all over, to contribute to this, because I know that there where my next question going to go, but I want to preempt my question even. That I know proceed from this book will go to helping other less fortunate girls in the country and other things. So I think it's just good that we Liberian collectively support this as a mark of support to Vivian future projects and moving forward. You said that something, and you said something that was coming to, and I will help us clear this. It's good that you clear most of those myths people heard about you before, and this same cat issue. And then I was in the government. I worked as an assistant minister at the time, the foreign ministry. I was in this GD Bank. Then the North came that day. Oh, that he weft, he cut and other thing. And you said that, right? We don't want to even want to play some of these things out, other thing. And it's kind of funny. I learned the structure of the hair now of your book. You're right. People can go to you too much.
Yeah.
And even bankers or teller people were doing so, and the investigation finally came out that most of those things were even far from you, but nobody knew that. Everybody went with the mindset that he was using his car to buy a Gucci bag, to buy this, or buy that. There's a woman that worked was do her own thing and all that thing. But it's good that you took some time. You mentioned that yourself moving forward, and they'll be part of the conversation, the dialogue you're going to be having with folks. You explain this side of your story that the need then was, but you said something very interesting just now when the government then came to power, when your husband just got the job, and then you were with the general ministry, then folks started to say, hey, you're not, you didn't support the government, you supported the city. Did that come directly from that's going to be happening, I'll add that. Did that come directly from the Ministry of Gender? Because you said something about your name were all around the place because you are the wife of Minister Miguel. But there were other officials that were female ministers in the CDC government too. Their husband knew and never one day call in public, if you will. So yeah, I mean, we need to stop this against female, and this is wrong. When we have female government officials, we don't hear their husband's name. And even some of the female officials are not doing the right thing, we don't hear their husband's name. But even sometimes some of the male officials, and then you are one of those that their name was just all around. And we have to be honest to say this, and I like how you put this. But this point about
about being a gender ministry.
Yeah, but being a gender ministry and other thing, and the whole thing, how did it happen? Is it that they directly targeted you because they believe that you at a certain time canvassing against the CDC, that they saw you as a kind of a counterproductive person towards their goal to the then presidency?
I think really because of the role that I played with Liberty Party. I wasn't just a floor member. I was actually an executive member on the Liberty Party
team. And this call
team.
For you to not get a job with the general ministry, did it come from the hierarchy of the ministry at the time?
I would say that it was indirect, but when your presence is not being felt in an environment, as an individual, because there were instances that actually led me to stop, to just cut off, to not go to work anymore. There were instances, and I think one of the last instances had to do with that trick on me. It's something that I wrote about, that I had to go on this trip, and the trip was being paid for everything because I have worked with the gender and security sector in Liberia. So I was one of those who was heading the UN Security Council resolution 1325. So at that time, we had to go on this trip. It's an every year trip that goes on. And to be honest, I wasn't really eager to travel, but then one of the UN agency had asked that my trip be paid for. They would pay for it. They would take care of my lodging and everything, and my my lodging and everything, and the ticket fare to travel to New York. And I was looked in the face by the then minister that I cannot go on that trip. She said she
When
would
you
use
mean the then minister who?
Minister Pisota, and
Okay.
she actually said that I cannot go on that trip, and it was one thing that I was like, okay. But then, astonishing for me, I cannot go on the trip. But then they went on the trip and called me to provide the report, and I still had to provide that report. So I did the report actually for my clear heart. I had to work along with colleagues within the UN, and I did the report. Well, I did the report, and I said to myself, and I told my husband that I am not going back to the ministry, and that was how I left.
Okay, quickly, Mr. Give me the last point quickly. Yeah, it's important, and because you said something about that, and Nora caution came, and a lot of folks will be concerned. And I'm doing it from the perspective of helping to clear some things because at the time of Nansen, I know this came as a hit when your husband got sanctioned and all those things. But I just want you, if you're not comfortable, we can let it be. But it's important that also the public get this honest, this true. When your husband was sanctioned, are you by any chance, because there were a lot of things all on the social media, people trying to hit you, hit this, and all that. Were you also sanctioned by the U.S. government?
I don't think I was sanctioned directly, but
Okay.
indirectly linked to him. I would say, yeah. But I don't think I had nothing to do with his sanction. No.
So your name was not mentioned in that whole issue. That's why I just want to know that.
No,
Help people to understand this.
it wasn't.
Okay.
But
Okay.
it wasn't mentioned at all. But I think
Okay.
if you look at his profile for sanction, we always say his wife.
And
But there was nothing mentioned
spouse. Okay.
in
Okay.
his case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, the book is Grit and Grace, a woman's story. And scapegoating, not if you are a woman or man and you have ever experienced the word scapegoating, it is very important and painful. You need to get this book. This platform is endorsing this book. We are not getting any compensation from it, but the importance of the book is the message it entails. What women go through. Before I go to Ing, in 1968, there was a song written by Tammy Wynette, and she says, "Stand by your man." She says, "Stand by your man," meaning that women should not be slighted by any means because either the good or the evil of their husband. Now here you are, when your husband was sanctioned. Take us into your feeling. How did it feel? How did you get the news? And what was your initial response?
I think for me, because I'm an empath, it had to put me in a position that I needed to be the mother back then, and I needed to be by his side. So one of the things that I usually do, I'm someone who is not. I don't allow chaos to take over me, or so. Whenever I find myself in a position where there is strife.
Excuse me. Myean, our show is being hacked. I think it just our show is not on Facebook right now. It's okay. So Myean, please check.
No.
Please check. Yeah, I just got a call. So please check.
Extension of the scapegoating.
So please check. Yeah.
She mentioned the scapegoating. That's
They even
right.
want you to tag your own story.
That's right.
So our show is being hacked. I can see it. Yeah. So Myean, please check it out, man. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so people who know me will always say that I have my sisters. When there is a situation, I always lock my mind to that situation and I remain calm. So when that happened to him, I was very calm. And I thought I needed to play the role as a mother because, take for example, it could be my child who found himself in such a situation. What can I do apart from giving you the support that I need to give you while you go through whatsoever legal process that you have to go through, just to be there as a human. So I had to be there as a human. I had to give him that support, that moral support and everything. And I believe it was something too that drew up very closer, and it helped, in a sense. Sometimes bad situation come to make things better for you. And I think it really did. And I had to just play my role as a mother. I would just say that.
Ink, your turn.
Yeah, so I'm sure I came to church a little late. I'm sure you guys might have spoken a lot about most of these things, but I'm still drawn to the issue about the double standard. I think you might reference that somewhere in on page 68 of the book. Talk about double standard that you thought the society was
Yeah.
judging. Yeah, I think that's a critical something that I would like you to expand. But before you do that, I want to draw a similar thing to the former U.S. President Bill Clinton. When Hillary ran for the presidency, a lot of times she had to answer questions about Clinton's past with Moninsky, to the extent that, but then Robert threatened that he would bring the ladies that her husband had affair with to the debate stage. And unfortunately, I thought the American people also held her somehow responsible for Clinton behavior. So the idea behind that is that they believe that you are the first person to see the man, the last person to see the man. You are quote unquote the unofficial advisor to this person. And so I think it's on the assumption that they think either because you were silent when he was doing certain things, you didn't say anything, you didn't talk, of course, you wouldn't say it publicly. So the perception is that there is some tacit endorsement of the action. How do you respond to those kind of perception that, okay, the woman is in the house, she's a loving wife, she support the husband, and the husband is out there doing anything. Yeah, she doesn't come to say, oh, that thing you do, and that part of it, she's silent, she's there, perhaps registering her disapproval silently. Yeah, the public see her with her husband showing the love and support as you do a dutiful wife. So how do you now separate it when things go in the country and people want to think, but she's there, she knew about these things, she was part of it, she's the man's most, I'm not saying specifically in your case, but the general perception as to what people think the role model. How do you respond to that with the issue of double standard and scapegoating?
I think I touched on that while you was away, and it's something that we need to leave from, because what is perception? What will you just perceive something that, okay, this person is there, this person is not talking, and whatsoever. And also, I am a professional woman. I have my own duties and tasks. Like I gave an example that if I had done something at my workplace, will anybody of my office try to hold my husband accountable, or society will try to hold my husband accountable because of what I did? Because I was a very basic person. So whatsoever that people perceive, perception will not always be the fact. So I believe that, especially from a legal perspective, why would you just assume that somebody is in this? And from human rights perspective, why would you just perceive that she was there, so she should be held accountable? What have you seen anybody got into trouble or crime and is transferable? Where in the world has that happened? So it's the same way. When such a things happen, we should always look at it from different perspective. How many men in Liberia goes to work and come home and report to their wives? How many? Can you tell me that everything you do at your office, you come and just start reporting to your wife? Even me, as a professional person, I don't just go home and start discussing, oh, this won't happen in my office, I need your help, and blah, blah, blah. There are times we don't even have time to even have conversation because we all tired, we both tired, we have work and we have to go. Not that we don't talk, but how is it my issue that a man who has his job, I have my job, he's doing his duty, I'm doing mine, and if something happened on his job, I should be held accountable? I think it's unfair. From a human rights perspective, it is unfair. And even legally, nobody should be held accountable for what their spouse does or whatsoever, because we all know that when you leave on your work, you can just go and call your woman and say, oh, this won't happen, that won't happen, oh, today I did this, I did that. Yeah, there could be instances where you will have to talk about some things, but you wouldn't even go in details. So I believe that I should not be held and he should not be held for anything. Today or tomorrow, if I become minister, but somebody tell me that when Vivian caused a problem at so and so ministry, we should hold our husband accountable. We know that society will never do that because they haven't done that. So we should be factual as we transition, because this is a developing country. You want to strangulate me, someone who tried to contribute to the development of Liberia, then I should just go pack my load and leave and go to another country because society say that I should be held accountable for what my husband does. No, it's very, very unfair. It's very unfair, and I believe that that perception, people perceiving, that word perceiving, it should not be held. It should not. No one should be held on that basis. No one should be held based on perception. I should be held based on what I have done as an individual, as Vivian, and not because of what my husband has done.
Excellent. Mrs. McGill, we usually take few calls. Will you be able to take in maybe 1 or 2 calls?
No problem.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, on the 15-minute mark, we will take few calls. Myean, please get ready to put our numbers. But let me go to this question here. You have children, you have family. If it were this stressful to you and your husband, I could see it in his face, distress. How did you manage to shield your children, if they were young enough, that this did not affect them psychologically?
I think for me, my daughter was navigating to becoming a teenager. But then one of the things that I always told her was to stay away from social media. But yet and still, I had to talk to her about most of these things. Like for now, she was one of the first person who read this book, and most of the revelation, she was like shocked. Oh, mommy, you went through a lot. But during that period, she wasn't on social media, and I think that really helped a whole lot. Like for the other kids, they are younger, but for her, she was already like 16, 15. So I had to ensure that she's not on social media, and it worked a whole lot for her. It was literally when she read the book that she got to know, because she's 18 now. So I mean, she's big enough. I believe that these are stories that she should hear. It's not something to her. But at that time, I had to keep her away from social media because there were a lot of blogs carrying a lot of stuff about me, and it could have actually affected her a whole lot. So, yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, the book is up for sale. We endorse that you buy the book. This is to enhance the voices of our girls, our women, the underprivileged, those that do not have the voice to say what they want to say. She's a conduit. She have gone through the fire, and she stood by her man. One of the things that I would like to remind Liberia, and hopefully you can correct me on this, during the time of ECOMO with 15,000 strong in the country, people were trying to attribute the success and the calmness of Liberia to ECOMO. And it was Councillor Bronskin who said, no, 15,000 men and women with guns. You have to attribute our peace to the Liberian people who have decided to accept peace. I'm saying this to say when CDC was in power, the opposition ganged up against them in every facet. The peace that we are enjoying, that Joseph Walker is enjoying, it is not because of what they are doing, it's because the opposition are agreed to work with him. Talk to us about the pride that you feel that your husband has not been vindictive to do to them what he did to him. Talk to us a little bit.
Well, that's a tricky one. Yeah, I think individuals are different, and even in politics. Like for me, I have made peace with a lot of people, and I think my husband is on the same side. Even those who were very vocal, insulting me or whatsoever, I have let it go. I have moved past that because I believe these things are not in the interest of our country. Because majority of it is all based on politics, and most of it they are lies. So in the end, if you're not that kind of person, it's difficult for you to gang up to say we must put lies together against them because they did it to us. So I believe that probably we on this end we are the peaceful one, and we are for the greater good of Liberia. So we're not going to do what was done to us.
Can somebody
And
mute, please?
Guys.
Can I follow up with
Yes,
you?
yes. Come on.
yes,
Let's
yes.
do that.
So no, I'm not gonna help you, man. But I just want to say this. You know, I mean, I can just imagine what you have to deal with. Of course, I'm a friend of the family, so I do know. But you know, nobody would know it as compared to you that were right there. Of course, a professional person. You demonstrated that, but not trying to have your husband use his influence to give you a job in the government, but you were able to secure gainful employment out of completely different area also of government, just so that you could maintain your individuality, just so that you say, look, you know, I'm qualified, I'm competent, good there, I support whatever my husband did, but I'm also able to create my own thing on this side. I'm able to do that. And I think you started working with the United Nations, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that at that point. So now, this issue about scapegoating is a lot understandable when, you know, the regular person who has not the capacity to analyze, think that way, give you virtual thoughts and that is it when you see that coming from people who you know or expect to be educated, perhaps people who are within your cycle. How did that affect you? Educated people, they understand, they know you beyond and above. Of course, when your husband came to power, that was 6 years, but you were Vivian, of course, my girl, but you were an individual long before that time. You hear your own, you did your own clothes. So how did it affect you when educated people, learned people, close friends were the ones also pushing that narrative on you?
yeah, it actually did affected me a whole lot. And like you said, coming from people that I knew for so many years. In fact, there were some people who used to be my prayer single, like they knew me, they knew the work I was doing. They were always even sharing international jobs with me. Like one person who I saw later on social media really going loud on me. And I was like, but this lady was someone who has shared job. She was like, Vivian, you are the best person for this and everything. So I don't know whether it was politics that came over us at that time, or was it a situation like if it cannot be me, it shouldn't be them, or it was just something that took over Liberians at that point in time that they couldn't just reason right, because some of the people that actually were talking about me or talking to me and being loud about me being this person or being the wife to the minister, and I'm just here bluffing. These are people who knew me, who knew the job I was doing. So it broke me down. It actually broke me down. Like I said, many days I could just lie in bed if I'm not going to work, I'm not doing anything. There was certain time I couldn't even interact with people. I was never interacting with people again because who can I go to? Like everyone was like having issues. Like even people I knew from my child who had issue with me. There were even some family members who had issue with me. Like people who knew me. Family. I'm talking about family, not just friends. So I mean it really, really did play on me, and up to present I'm still trying to understand what actually went wrong or actually going wrong, because there are some who still taking their sides. But there are majority of those other people who are also coming back. Like I said, there are a lot of forgiveness within us, and I have proven that. I said it in my book. At the end of the book, the last chapter I spoke about redemption is one thing that I talk about, which I believe is something that is very, very within me. It's not something I'm just saying because I want to say it. I'm that kind of person. I don't sleep on things. I don't even fast for long. Like even in my home, my husband would tell you that I had to get vest for 1 week or 2 days. When I'm mad today, I sleep, I wake up in the morning, I'm done with that. So I'm that kind of person who have lived my life in that way. I'm a very forgiving person, and I believe that's how life should be. I don't like to think about negativities, and I'm not a kind of negative person. So um, I'm just living now, and I'm happy that these things also happen because it taught me a whole lot. It taught me a whole lot, and it actually built my faith. I was able to get closer to God, to know God for myself, to pray, and to believe in myself as well.
So,
thank you. Yeah, go ahead, real quick. Let me welcome Seleke.
yeah,
One comment.
yeah. So I'll follow up to you now. Under the canopy of quote unquote being a victim of quote unquote action from the husband, and then people started attacking. How many of those attacks on you that you thought it was just as a result of that thing, or people were using that as a cover up to attack you, who perhaps assuming that had not happened, who would have still attack you anyway? Do you think it was just exclusive because of that, or they just had some people who were just wanting to find the least thing or use that as a means of attacking you, or it was just as a result of those things?
I think they were just attacking me because of him. Because right now, like I said, I have people who used to attack me when they see me now. They smile with me, they speak to me. No more attacks. It was actually because of him. It was because he was in that position. It wasn't because of me or anything that I've done. It was because of him or the position he had by that time.
Let me welcome Seleke Kromah. Seleke from Kigali, from Rwanda. How you doing, young man? Welcome to the show.
Greetings, Mr. Gayman, and greetings, everybody. Good to be on the show. Am I allowed to ask?
Yes, go ahead. Introduce yourself, and this is.
I'm a question.
Yeah, I was hoping to ask my question, but he can go ahead.
Oh, okay. But listen, you're coming to church late, so hold your offering. Let me go to Dr. Peabody.
Seleke, sorry. I want to ask. I didn't want that train of thought to leave my mind, you know, and that's why I wanted to just come to in chapter 2 of the book, you call to service. You talk about your job with GT Bank, and you talk about other area that you have worked. But if you encourage Liberian, one thing you said living the Liberian dream. How can you motivate other Liberians to live the Liberian dream? Like you talk about your journey from school, the Civil War, and during the Octopus, how it came down to your call to service, and then GD Bank, and then I like the word that say living the Liberian dream, because some people feel that is impossible to live the Liberian dream, especially the young girls feel it's impossible to live that dream. How will you connect that to a mother?
Well, I will encourage everyone or every young girl who live in Liberia to always push forward. No matter who you are or how beautiful you are, always find something to do and go to school. Go to school should be, never put your pens down. You should always be able to be a formal or informal education. I'm not going to say that formal education is the way forward, but I believe that having skill will take you far. Because like I said in the book, I started from the U.S. African Development Foundation, where I started as admin assistant, and later on I just took that courage to apply for retail banking here and actually I applied through the newspaper. When the banking in Liberia, like people usually say you don't get a job based on applying from the newspaper, I had that experience. I applied for head of retail banking through the newspaper, and to tell you the truth, I wasn't even I never had banking experience. I had only worked for a few years, let's say 1.5 years with the U.S. African Development Foundation as admin assistant. And as vacancy. But one thing that I did also when I got that vacancy was that I reached out to someone who was working in the bank for so many years. So he had experience, and I had to tell him to coach me that I wanted this job and I wanted to be the head for retail banking. And I did it for 3 days, 3 days coaching. you wouldn't believe when I went to do that interview, I saw names, big names that have worked in the bank who signed off before me. And I was like, wow, girl, you choose the big one. You didn't even go for teller. But I went for it with confidence. So that's one thing we should always have, that confidence, know that you can do it no matter what. Just put into it. You always can learn on the job. And when I went for that job, I got the job. Head for retail banking. I have people who have worked in the banking sector who I was supervising. And actually I became one of the best staff. Like, I had a name in GD Bank. They called me Big Jew by then. And that's one of the things I wanted to talk about. Most Liberians, they didn't know me. When I came from college, I was someone who I had a nickname Chicken Queen. Me, I was a slang where when they describe you in that manner, you are someone who dresses well or someone who carry yourself well. So all the boys in school, they would call me Chicky Queen. You always dressing, you always look beautiful. And I wasn't wearing anything extra. So I think those were some of the things that affected me when my husband was in position. Every now and then people would talk about what I wear and what I view. But I think I'm just that kind of person who look good in what I wear. It doesn't have to be expensive. I look good, and I can say that for a fact because I had that name before while in college. And when I went to GT Bank, I was actually delivering. As here for retail banking, I was always reaching my target. So I had a nickname in the bank, Big Jew, the biggest Jew. So just to tell Liberians who didn't know me back then, before social media days, I have lived my life and I actually worked from being admin assistant to retail banking here before I left the banking field and had to transition to development field where I started to work at Ministry of Gender as M&E officer, and that led me to going to school. And that's another story that I even talk about in the book. So people have to push. When I went to school in the US, I went on a partial scholarship. But I told myself I am going to go to this school. I will graduate. I went to that school. I graduated with honors, but it wasn't all rosy. When I went to Brandeis, I had to drop one semester because I never had the remaining school fees to pay. What I did again, after I was sitting for one semester, I told myself, girl, you have to finish this school before going back to Liberia. I had to reach out to organizations within the US, and let's put it for me, I formed this women organization called PEO International. PEO International was only giving like 10,000, but I had to write a passionate letter. When I got through writing, PEO International covered my entire tuition. So this is a mindset that I want to put out there, that other young women will know that if you see me today, it's not just like I came up in life and everything was just fine. I went through a whole lot. While I was in the US, I was sleeping on people's floor while going to school. And I went with my young daughter by then. But I had to push because I knew what I wanted. And those were the things that really hurt me when I had to rush back to come back to Liberia to work. And after a few times while I thought my career had already reached at the peak, and I just got these scandals and what have you. But I can say that these things happen and I have learned. It helped me to learn, and it has made me stronger. And every other woman, if I can go through what I went through, that's what I place everything in the book. Read it. If I can do it, you can do it. You can live the Liberian dream right here. You can start from nowhere and become someone.
And you are from Brandeis University, Waltham, Massachusetts.
Yes.
I visited campus several times, so I know Morris Kromah in Boston, Massachusetts. Your alma mater is being profiled. Brandeis, a great university. Yes, go ahead, Tomalin.
Yes, Madam Ines McGill. I'll be direct. Will you? I told you I was in Liberia. I visited Orange Grove, and I heard your name there. So, tell me, on this platform, the world's watching you. We got 1,158 days to the next election. Will you be contesting for the legislature?
Yes, I'm going to contest.
But which district?
District 1
I had a breaking news. Make sure you get a clip on
Hey,
So you running?
Hold on a minute. Yeah, you keep to. He said you want to come to a party too.
I had to come back to let her know that I had to come back to let her know that she got my blessing in old school.
You first said, "What are the problem?" Not that one. Now you accept the party now.
Well, I'm encouraged by that because we want more female in our parliament. We need more female, and I think you will be someone who a productive person because right now, can you imagine we only got 3 senators in Liberia, women senators?
Yeah.
It's not fair to the country, you know. So you'll be running in Orange Grove district, right?
Yeah, district number 1. That's district number 1.
Yeah, district number 1.
That is former Hans Bachus district.
Yeah,
that's
so
my area.
When also you plan to start making your make the official announcement?
Well, currently I've already started a lot of initiative there, and I wanted it to be in a form like projects and what have you for now to get my name out there before, because I have development background, so my strategies are different from the regular politicians. So I want my name to start being heard within the communities and towns. So I've started small initiative that I think will make that happen. Then before 2027, I can go in with robust force and start to do the political part of it. But again, I believe that, like you said, a lot of women are not are not being represented in the House of Representatives and even in the Senate. It's serious. It is a serious matter because we all have different views. We all have different priorities as compared to men. And I believe what we push also contributes a whole lot to the larger society. That most women will go up for having policies that are relating to schools, having policies that are relating to clean water, hospitals, and what have you, because they want to see hospital that pregnant women can walk easily, that will have that drive through, that they can walk easily. Most men, I'm not saying that men don't think about these things, but when it comes to the oil block, when it comes to the gasoline stuff, the big things that has to do with money, oil blocks, and what have you, these are the things most often men will focus on. But for us mothers, we believe that those little things matters because it contributes to our children's well-being. It helps with their upbringing and everything. So we need to have our space. We need to have our time on the table to be able to push our narrative that will benefit the larger society. Because the benefits that would be accrued from what we propose, it will always transcend to everyone.
Seleke comes in. Seleke Kromah comes in. So I know you mentioned you affiliated with Liberty Party and then you supported the CDC. Will you be running as a Liberty Party or the CDC or independent? And also, can you promise us that going forward today, the name of Vivian Nije Ines McGill will be a household name? Will be speaking on major national issues, because if that happens, you will be historical. First time representative, your wife is representative, will be a historical event in our country. And as I told you, I'm encouraging you to not give up, to pursue it, because you got your husband one of the final political strategists you see in our time. I repeat, I mean, I can say it with confidence because the late Prince Johnson told me this. He said, "My son, if he said I wanted to support the CDC, but I couldn't talk to my gay because my girl was not there again." So and imagine, and to me, I believe, trust me, I believe he was still in that position, even the chairman or perhaps the campaign leader, CDC will be on a second term today. But that history. But I encourage you to run and please be a voice for the voiceless.
Yeah, I'm definitely. Thank you so much.
Seleke Kromah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Greetings again to everybody. So I've been following the show. Just decided to jump in real quick and go about. So I kind of want to know, Mrs. McGill. There have been a lot of questions being posed to you, but seems like you you are kind of concerned about clearing, making a clarity. And I understand the sentiment wherein when people are in public offices, when they're involved with corruption allegation, people don't go for them directly. They go after their children, or their relative, wives, and all of that. But can you clearly deny on the show tonight that everything your husband was accused of in the past, they are all false? The husband that he cannot do some of these things that were leveled against him. Can you say that instead of just making emphasis on people not attacking you and leaving your husband and all of that? Can you just be definite about that? That's the main reason I joined the show.
Okay, thank you. I think you came late and you joined the church so late, so you didn't know the topic that was being discussed. I didn't come to speak to what my husband did or what he didn't do. I came to speak about my memoir, and that's it. I don't believe that we are in court for me to actually discuss whether he did this or that. And
So
I'm not going to speak to that. I'm sorry. Yeah.
okay, so basically your book you wrote, is it really about, quote unquote, the public attack or public backlash that you went through based on your husband's action in government? Is that what your book is about?
In totality, no. It's more about reclaiming my voice and actually about reintroducing myself, honestly.
Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the book is Great and Grace. And it's all about a woman, a person that has been scapegoated. And she's out here to stand firm, to declare who she is. And if you thought that you had silenced her, you're in for a big surprise. So here we are. Let's go to the line here in the next 5 minutes. Young man, please put the number up so we can take 1 or 2 calls for Vivian. I know number 1 district very well. I was just there last week. I was at Cotton Tree. I went to Orange Grove. I went all over the place. In fact, some of the research that we did it.
Cotton Tree, my district in my GBO.
But anyway.
So when we please post the number when you're talking about when you leave Magibi and you go right over the Farmington River and you go down the hill, so you go across the water, you're right there where they say the welcome to Grand Bassa Country. So she will be working right next door to her husband. To her husband. So Hillary Clinton used to say you are getting a package deal, 2 for the price of 1. You are going to be having a voice in Grand Bassa County, and you're going to be having a voice representation in Magibi.
But then, Gayman, then I think if you do that, then I think you will be taken away from exactly what Vivian tried to do. Vivian tried to be defined by herself and within her own capacity, and yet you still trying to link her to, she can be separated, but you want to not reclaim her voice. And I think that voice you want to reclaim is the voice that say, Vivian Ini, that girl that live, my pastor girl that grew up in this war, grew up for her college and stuff like that.
Somebody please mute. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I said, I don't know how can you not separate the two? Because when Vivian says she wants to reintroduce herself, agreed, she's married to Mr. McGill, but I think as she pursue her dreams and aspirations, she wanted to be defined within the context of who Vivian is, the values she stands for, her passion, and stuff like that. So I don't know whether, if McGill was not in Magibi, whether she would still not run. So I don't know. But let me just say to you, say you want to reintroduce yourself. So can you tell us now, who is a new Vivian, or how do you want ordinary people, regular people, professional people, how do you want them to see you now?
Well, I think you were on the show too when I did all the introduction stuff. Yes, but it's okay. it's not about how they want to see me, but actually who I'm actually, the person that Vivian is. So I am a development practitioner, a gender and development specialist with over 15 years of experience in the development field. And I'm a emerging legal practitioner because I'm about to graduate from the law school in February of this year. And also, I run a foundation for women and girls currently that started like 3 years ago. And I have worked with over 300 women plus within Bonn, Gibi, and Grand Bassa. So I am Vivian. I'm a development practitioner, um, emerging legal practitioner.
Excellent, excellent. Myean, will you please put the numbers up so we can take 1 or 2 calls for our guest? She's been here long enough. But Madam McGill, let's talk politics here. Politics is something we call blood sport. Is the gloves going to come off? Are you ready to fight? Are you ready to defend the name, the imagery that will be coming for you as it will come, whether you like it or not, it is going to come. Are you prepared? Do you have the thickest of skin to get into this race? Because those that you thought you have forgiven, those that have apologized to you, they are just going undercover. They will come back at you. Are you willing and ready for this fight?
I believe I have been battle tested and I'm fully prepared for this task because I believe everyone in Liberia has the right to partake and also be able to represent depending on their view and whatsoever and contribution they have to make. So I'm ready for it. I'm battle tested and I'm fully ready. I can say that.
All right.
It's a bit brutal.
Listen, from what she have said.
You know, all the Baza people, they are politicians.
Listen, from what she's telling us, from what she have gone through, okay? For the kind of the furnace that she have been, nobody in Liberia have faced such a scrutiny. And I can attest that the barrage of attack that came upon Nathaniel McGill, no politician in the Republic of Liberia, and I stand to be corrected, have ever gone through such a test. And if he came out, now before you go, talk to me about vindication. When after the whole of Liberia came down on your husband, the people of Mangebe County decided that they saw something special in this man that nobody saw, and they vindicated everything. They vindicated him by electing him overwhelmingly. Tell me, in that war room, in that victory section, how did it feel?
It was a serious relief of a whole lot of things, coupled with the stress that we have been through. But then it wasn't something that was surprising to us because we have been interacting with these people, and he's the kind of person that is down to earth. So he's the people's person. He will interact with people in all counties. So I believe that alone led him to his victory. He had already done his part. So it was just about time for him to be senator for one of the counties that he had worked in. Because he actually cut across. And to be honest, he's a strategic. When it comes to politics, he's very strategic. So I believe in his strategy in politics. He's good. So he played his part. He played his role, and he knew where exactly he wanted to learn. He wanted to learn, and that worked a whole lot for him. So when that happened, we saw the victory even before. We actually saw the victory. We knew that it was possible. There was not much fear before election because we were interacting with the people. We knew, even though sometimes people be corny, but for them, it was clear that they wanted him to be. And he did his part. He played his role. That's his era. he understands it well. Yeah.
Wow. Honorable Pewee, here we have a Gillian woman who is standing by her husband. She is saying that before the final vote was cast, she was confident that the work has already been done. It was just a matter of time. Your take on the confidence of this woman?
Final vote, relative, a little bit certain. Final vote on what? Sorry.
Oh, okay. The question was, how did she feel? Did she feel vindicated, or her husband felt vindicated after the country came down negatively on him, and he went and made a direct appeal to the people of Magidi?
Yeah.
And the people overwhelmingly voted for him. So I wanted to ask her, in the victory room, in the war room, what did it feel like? And then she said, we knew before time we have done our work. He had done his work. It was just a matter of time before the people rewarded him.
Absolutely. And before she came on, then I told you that I said the both individuals, this kind of like soulmate kind of a people, if you will. They got deep sense of humor, if you will. Fallow himself would not harm you if he didn't help you, right? So, but he will always leave some trend of mark in terms of he's a very good listener and a very compassionate individual and other things. So when that's part of the sanction that came out, and one of those political pundits that predicted also the same that he would have won and won bigly. And so she's right about what she said, that she knew that those that were analyzing his engagement, the way he dealt with people, all knew actually that he was going to win this election. So she's very right on that and the rest of those things. And one of those, and I will say on this platform, how the CDC folks respected and not put Fallow on the bus when he got sanctioned, we wouldn't have been here this time. And I will say this today, and I will say this every day. And let me re-emphasize how the CDC folks, I was told by someone very close to the late Frank Johnson. He said, hey, the way they now sanction Fallow the only person that could listen to me, he confided in somebody in the kind of line. Fallow was the person, he was the kind of a person that could go beyond political boundaries, if you will. If he didn't have to give to you, he would talk to you in the way that you wouldn't breach the relationship. So, yeah, his victory in Magidi County was not only predicted by those that are committed to him, it was predicted by some of his political adversaries. They saw his victory coming because he was one of those political elements that knew how to navigate his way in a more strategic way. But in other words, he built a lot of partnership. And he's not allied to a lot of folks. So it was glaring that he was going to win this election. And that's one of the reasons why I was a little disappointed why the missionary at the time didn't use him as an outsider. Despite the sanction, you would have seen use him, and he showed something would have happened, because what attributed the loss in this election, the past elections, actually came from the departure of Frank Johnson. And the only person that got the wherewithal at the time to maintain this kind of a bond and keeping at bay was Fallow, and Fallow lost the track, and people that needed to keep Fallow machinery moving did themselves out to unplug it. And the attempt to unplug it left Fallow with no option but to focus now on his own political career, because an attempt for Fallow to have been defeated in the election, it would have been of devastating news to the entire family plus himself. So he had no option but to focus on the major goal, and that goal was to having elected. And he won convincingly and proudly. And again, he didn't stop there. He started manifesting himself. Quite recently, I was in the country, I saw what he did in Bon County. It's extraordinary. So I would tell a lot of political folks to, hey, pay key attention to the guy. And now that his word is coming into the politics also, it's going to be the kind of a Mr. and Mrs. kind of a political line. So you probably will build their own think tank. And we'll start moving into that think tank to seek more political advice, and it may cause some serious things. So alliances will be built. But I think this think tank, and now you have a right up behind this think tank, is going to be some enterprising story that will come up. So yes, I think she's absolutely correct on that.
Excellent. Seleke Kromah, I know you're in Kigali. You guys are way. I know it's late over there. Coming real quick.
No, I finished asking my questions. I'll just wait for the
okay.
So let me continue.
Yes, come on, Seleke.
So
I think she got 15 minutes with us. She gotta go. It's getting late. So
yes.
I think I'll just summarize this for the purpose of trying to deal with the new Vivian. Let me call you Vivian. Okay. Look, I saw you engaged. I saw you being. Your husband was one of the most influential person, but I saw you very humble, welcoming in your home. I know it might have been sometimes challenging to see your house as early as 6 o'clock in the morning to midnight cover with people, but you're always humble, always welcoming. I'm sure you also learn from that. Today, with your book and your situation, you join very famous women around the world who went through this. The wife of former Chinese President Mao Zedong, the former Queen of France, Hillary Clinton, of course, our own, perhaps we could include Joel Howard Taylor. But what is unique is that most of the time, most of these people have always gone beyond that challenge to become ceiling breaker at the end of the day and create a new path, create a new voice. But I would just conclude my question to you to say, generally, how do you see women supporting women in Liberia? How do you see that relationship? Because most of the time we see a situation where we're not saying all women should support women, but sometimes we see a little making more gains among women. They're not really there for each other kind of a thing, generally in our context. So how do you see, or what advice you would give to the Liberian women with regard to support each other kind of thing? Not only in politics, but just during the initiatives and stuff like that.
Well, I think that's a misconception about women not supporting women, because I believe both genders do have issues. Like men do fight for position, or they do fight for different things. And it's the same with women. It's a human tendency for me. I believe it's a human thing. So that saying about women don't support women, I really don't buy into that. I believe that we are supportive, and it's all about understanding what one woman needs, or understanding what one woman wants to be a part of, and just aligning with her. It's not that easy. Like, even for men, it's not easy. Men do fight, and their fight are sometimes really brutal. So for support, I don't think that's a major issue. For women, we do support each other. We have other challenges and barriers, but supporting each other, to me, is not something that is high, that women don't support each other. No, we do support each other. We may have our differences as well, like men. So it's a human tendency. It has nothing to do with the gender.
Okay, let me welcome Honorable Seaton. Welcome to class.
Hey,
thank you very
much. I know
thank you very much.
They show just about to start.
Yeah, I know you are snoring. You just dug yourself out. Come on, we have our guest here. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gayman, and I'm happy to be back on the show.
Sarah saying that, bro.
Leave her alone. Why, my man? Why you see the woman just came in? The woman just came in. You attacked her already.
Madam Nagbe, I want to applaud you.
Thank
I
you.
want to applaud you for, first and foremost, for taking up the courage to write a memoir about your situation. And there are now a lot of people, especially in our Liberian context and being of the female gender at our rate, to have that courage to be able to write a memoir. So I want to applaud you for that.
Thank you.
My question to you, is there any political thought in the background? Are you eyeing to file for any political office?
Very late. You get a class late.
Listen, on Pewee.
Yeah,
you remember they said.
I asked
listen.
But I thought you be asking answer ever since.
Yeah, but At least I want to know.
The man who went to church, he was sleepy, and they said, "Who I want to go to heaven?" They hear, so you gotta say, "Who I want to go to hell?" You gotta put hell. Chief,
but I would appreciate if she can just know.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
To summarize. Yeah, 1 minute, Mrs. McGill, to summarize.
So honestly, I've always been into politics. Since I became a first-time voter, I've always been into politics. And yes, I do have passion for representing my district. And this is something that I'm going to push 2029. I have written even papers on women political participation. So when it comes to the challenges and way forward that we need to work on to improve and increase the number in Liberia, this is something that I'm aware of, and I'm actually going into this prepared. Like I said, I have been battle tested, and I'm ready for this. Yes, I'm going to run 2029.
Okay, your book, is it on Amazon? How can one get a copy?
Well, you get it late. It's on Amazon.
Yeah, you guys can be late for class, man.
The name of the book is...
Oh, gentlemen. Look, we all live in the West. We live in America. We all know what it takes to live in this country. You understand? Yeah. We all don't have the same schedule, especially for me. I have a class to teach today, so
that does not excuse you to violate the law because he give away.
But normally the semester has begun, so this is the crucial time of the year.
The name of the book is Grit and Grace, a woman's story, basically to being scapegoated by Liberian politicians or the world, not only the politics, but how they scapegoat women. Basically, that's what it is. Let me welcome Sarah Dopoh. So far, I was dying and upset because I told Mrs. McGill that you were coming, and I've been holding my breath. I said, "Oh, I hope she don't make me a liar." And thank you for coming. Introduce yourself, and our guest is Mrs. McGill. She got 10 more minutes here with us.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Gayman. And to tell you that you've been missing you a whole lot. Thank you for coming back on the show. And I also want to say thank you to our brother Pewee for holding the show down while you were away. Madam McGill, I want to say thank you for coming on the show. I was listening at the background. I mean, I came late and I really didn't join in the conversation too early, but I really heard some good things that you mentioned about your book. And I want to applaud you for that. I want to say thank you for standing up. This is an exemplary action for women, for young girls to learn from you. So I really want to say thank you, and I applaud you for for writing this book. And lately, when you come late, you don't just start asking questions because you gotta wait. Maybe the question you want to ask, people have already asked it, so you can't now you become a repetition. So, but I heard you talking about
I'm nosy.
I heard you talking about running in your district. Which one? Where is your district, by the way?
District 1, Grand Bassa.
Oh, okay, District 1, Grand Bassa. Great.
Who the representative there?
Bonnie.
Another criminal.
Another guy, his name is Bonnie.
You can say that.
Bonnie, who? Mr. Gayman.
No, he's another criminal. I'm from there. He's a criminal.
Mr. Gayman.
Let me finish with my question until Lele can leave.
Okay. Sarah, hold on 1 minute.
Sarah, go ahead, please. Sorry, Sarah.
Yeah, so I mean, nothing much to say here, just to kind of commend you, Madam McGill, and your husband, also an executive of our party. So we want to see a lot of our people, coming out, to stand up for your right, for women, for children. I really applaud you for that, and I want to say that you have my full support on this, because I want to see a lot of our women, get into government and do something for our people. I believe that women can make a difference way more than the men in our country. So, I really want to applaud you for nothing much to ask you. Or if I have the information, I will try to reach out to get your book and see and read the story. The topic sounds very interesting, so I would really love it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm glad that you came, because I was just I was asking.
I know all of them just surrounding you.
Yeah, so I'm glad that you came.
Absolutely.
Yes, I'm definitely going to live up to your expectation and everyone else who had said a lot of nice things. St. George. Is that his name? Or he left already? I know you were asking me questions about where I'm going to take my affiliation, whether I'm going to go back. I've been affiliating now with CDC for the past years, so definitely I'm going to remain where I am
There
for
you
now.
go.
Yes, and I believe that we need more stronger women within the party. We need to
Absolutely,
and
absolutely.
voices need to be heard. So I'm here. I'm waiting to work. I'm not waiting to just work. Like usually I tell them, I'm not waiting to work based on my guilt with. Yes, like I said, I love being a wife and everything, but then let it be based on who I am and what I can do, what contribution I can make to the party or whatsoever gathering I find myself in. So, and that's what the book is all about. I want to be me, yes, with my attachment. I agree, but also let me be recognized for who I am, and let me
Right,
be able to prove myself too.
right, right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Great, great, great.
Excellent, excellent. The name of the book is Great
Great
and
and
Grace, a woman's story of enduring political scapegoating. That is the name of the book.
Wow,
And
wow.
It's on Amazon.
it's on Amazon.
It's
You
on
can
Amazon,
get
right?
it if you are in Monrovia. You go to 17th Street, where her office is. You can order the book there. If you belong to a woman's group and you want to buy in bulk, they also have a deal for you. If you belong to a nonprofit, if your church wants to hear the perspective of women, this is a book that I would recommend, that you
Wow.
recommend to your pastor,
Absolutely.
your missionary society, to come and buy and teach women.
Wow, that's good. That's good. At least women, we have some good resources now to reach out to, to
Of
make
course.
an impact. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Pewee.
Yes, and I was trying to, we delved some sufficiently in the book, went a little deeper into it, and I was trying to throw it back a little bit. And I don't think we would pivot deeply, but I just wanted to go back to district number 1 in the Grand Bassa County, and I listened to Mrs. Miguel, the author. Let me put it that way because we want to see what she owned, not only the Mrs. Maggie, but I listened to the author. She said something from the get-go about the Liberty Party. And I know that Grand Bassa County is a Liberty Party country. And I will ask you, Mr. Gayman, about this district number 1, the New York representative. Is it the guy that came from the...
Azim Bani, his name is.
Okay, is it the guy that won the election and he didn't appear?
No, that was district number 2.
Oh, district number 2. Okay. The guy won the mercenary America. He won.
The guy won the election all by himself. But if you see Azim Bani is a guy who always wear dark shades, and people want to know why he can't take out his shade. You can see.
I thought I said the man from Boca Town.
Okay.
He went in there just to vote for the mob.
This is number 1. Okay, my point to you, you just said something. Then I said you would say be with the. You say you started doing some work with the CDC. Is that correct?
No, I said I have been affiliating for so many years, and I remain where I am.
Okay. You be okay, but you remain. You are stay with your party, meaning the Liberty Party.
No. I've been affiliated with the CDC for the past 6 years, so I remain where I am.
You remain with the CDC.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Okay, you be affiliating with them.
Yes.
Yeah. That affiliation is just a sympathizer, if you will.
Well,
Is that affiliation?
Is that affiliation?
Bring the topic to the book. Stop.
No, we're coming to the book.
I cannot lie to you. I cannot lie to say that I did a formal, or I joined formally, or I did
Okay.
Yes, so I cannot lie. Yes.
Okay, I agree. I don't want I don't want the Reverend to pray tonight, and my knee is not included. So, but back to the issue. But it's clear that you contest.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Hello.
Are you contesting as independent candidate?
No, I'm not going to contest as an independent candidate. Well, I will wait until that time, but I'm not going to contest as an independent candidate. No.
Okay.
So
my last point before we move on, you're going to be leaving soon. What are you intending? Because the way situations, what are you intending basically to do with? Because I said I was trying to second guess you, and I was preempting your mind that hey, I want to proceed from this sales of the book, going to go to most of the project. What specific project will you really be pleased to know that the what you wrote, your intellectual ability, the proceed from that? What do you want to direct those projects and those proceeds to?
Proceed, yeah.
Yeah, where specifically? Is it girls' education or advocacy for women, or we should stop of the fight against just adequately informing people of men should stop scapegoating women or doing these things? Where directly will you push the proceed from the project?
One of the key areas that I have marked has to do with girls in school, high school. I want to serve as a mentor. So there's going to be donation to few schools, and I'm going to also have a talk with them to encourage them. Most of the questions that were asked, how can you encourage one young girl in Liberia to say you can live your Liberian dream? So all those stories that I have talked about, those things that I talked about, my upbringing and how I left from high school to college, how I transitioned from the banking institution to government and later on to the UN. How are those things going to motivate them? Those are things I'm going to talk about. How I even went to the US on partial scholarship and was able to get full scholarship to graduate. Those are words of motivation that actually going to inspire them. So I want to focus on high school students that we're going to have a series of conversation with, and I'm also going to have other conversation with women in Liberia, like informal settings, where we're going to read about some of these things and where they can learn from. I can learn from them as well. Maybe there are areas that I actually made mistakes within that they can teach me about. So there's going to be a series of them, but for now, the proceeds going to go to high school students, and I want to focus on rural areas.
Okay.
Yeah. Rural communities.
Thank you very much. It's 7:02. You came for an hour. You stay with us for 2.5 hours. We appreciate that. Hopefully, you can promise us that the next time you come to talk politics. It's not book, it's not family, but your dream, your vision, your platform. What is it you intend to do? How you going to do it? And the timeline to doing that. You know, I'm going to be on your campaign committee because your father and I come from district number 3. District number 3.
Yeah.
So we have a lot in common. We'll be on our campaign trail. Thank you very much.
But how you'll be on our campaign trail when we'll be campaigning for you too?
It's all right. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
But that would be good.
That would be even better.
This is number 3.
That would be great. We can always work together.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah. So thank you.
Dr. Peabody, I want to thank you very much for inviting Honorable Tomalin George for inviting. I know, listen, people don't understand that booking people on these shows, someone like me can just pick up the phone and call Vivian and say, come on the show. It's about relationship.
That's true.
So the Orange Grove people got together and they brought their own. You see how it works? The Orange Grove people got together and they brought their own. So it's all right. Honorable Dr. Peabody, come on. Abu Kamara, why you keep calling me, man? We on this show. Mrs. McGill, this man wants me to tell you, he wants to come on this show to just tell you that he loves you, he supports you, he likes what you're doing. Well, I'm not going to bring it on here before you come to his about this stuff.
but yeah, Vivian, to be honest, let me congratulate you on that memoir. I think it has a message for everybody, even not only females, but even those family, relationship, and everything. You have a message for everybody, and I think you really spell it in your book. There are a lot of great things, and the motivation that you had to move forward in the midst of everything. We really want to congratulate you. And as I said, if I live for your hand in Orange Grove, you'll win. So you got my support in Orange Grove. You got my support in Orange Grove. So I can tell you that we need somebody like you there to really bring change. And you already started it. You started a training, teaching young ladies how to drive and things like that. I went to Orange Grove and they were telling me about the program you have. So I'm very proud of you. We need somebody like you.
That's really good.
Yeah, thank you. But my greetings to Honorable McGill and just thank you. And let us know. Again, guys, the book on Amazon. I already got my copy of the book. You can also order it on Amazon and also in Liberia as well. But let us know. Anything we can do in the future, man. this is your platform. Don't overlook the closing argument. It's here for you. It's here for you. Yes.
And I'm on Amazon right now as we speak, and I'm trying to order mine.
King George.
Is the same amount that $21.64 in Liberia?
Yeah, $21.64.
Yeah. But no, is that the same amount in Liberia also?
No, in Liberia it's 25. We do delivery.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know the printing and everything for your part is different. We had to do shipment, everything yet, so just trying to add a little bit cost to it.
Okay.
That's
reasonable.
Let me say thank you for coming, and we appreciate your presence. A lot of people you are made news for yourself today. Let me let you know that people watching on YouTube and all around. But before you go, I will just squeeze it to you. You're part of the opposition now, so I want you to, before you leave, when you're closing, you can't shy from this. Greatest woman and great President Sona's speech. Just short nutshell.
The lady got to sell her book. Don't come put her into nothing here.
And I agree with that. Don't do it.
The next time she come back,
let's sell the book.
That's her book. She didn't come.
I told you the next time you come back, today is about book.
Yeah, the monkey to do her book.
Yeah. Next time you come, we're talking politics. But now
silence you. You have your voice. You have voice.
Yeah, that's silence me.
She will be the voice beginning next year. But for now, it's the book you.
All right. No, I'm talking to
the closing statement.
Go ahead, man.
I just want to thank you all for having me on closing argument. I mean, you people actually did the actual closing argument because it took me a while to have this kind of platform to express myself and everything. It's been a while. And my two brothers were able to initiate this. And I'm so happy that I did come. You guys are the real MVP. You are the real he for she because you are actually pushing the cause for women. I really, really feel good tonight. And I can promise you that this is not going to be my last time coming on. And I'm going to also be vocal. As you said, I'm going to keep pushing. I'm going to make my voice heard. I'm going to be there for women and girls as I has envisioned. So thank you all for motivating me as well, because this was actually a motivation and inspiring experience for me. I look forward to having more engagements, and we can talk more about other stuff that we can do in Liberia, and also within the district of District Number 1, Grand Bassa County. So I beg to leave.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you all.
You did a wonderful job.
A woman from Brandeis.
Made my evening by showing up.
Speak small ambassador before you leave now. Just a goodbye ambassador.
Don't let him put you on the spot. Okay.
I'm not a Bazolian, but let me just. I want to.
This year, Neil.
Nipeni.
You have a
packet.
Eh?
You are
no, that's it. Like I said, debage.
Debage.
Okay.
Good night. Thank you.
All right, dear.
And Vivian, your uncle Bishop Ines was watching, so that's very good.
Okay.
And his wife Irene, they were watching you. Thank you very much for coming. Okay.
Great.
God
all
bless.
Right. How do I get off?
Just click end from your side.
Okay.
End. Yeah.
There you go. Great.
The CFC board becoming late during election. We're not voting.
The CFC chairman, they never becoming little.
The man keep to make a closing argument.
You know how be election day, Mr. Gayman. It is simple now. We say who are the local late.
Then they say the cheat them.
They will just come in and see the result of war. What's up with that CMC? 5 votes.
No, but I followed part of the program. I think you guys did a wonderful job. I mean, very, very strong lady. She's very well spoken. I followed some of it, and I really admire the way she articulated her points. I'm just sorry I came late, but I mean,
I don't think I would have done anything more than what you guys did. So congratulations. Great show, great interview.
Yeah, great
I hope
show.
I hope she comes back again.
Yeah.
And I'm glad some of you already got copies of the book. You know, we got to patronize each other. So yeah. Yeah, I'm glad she made it.
Good job, Gilman. Good job.
Absolutely.
I'll try to get me one of that book. The topic is very interesting.
Anthony Gay.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Anthony Gay.
Yeah, Anthony Gay.
Thank you. I was going to say that.
Anthony Gay is here to summarize the sauna.
Yeah. Anthony.
Yes, sir.
You obviously everybody in Liberia knows that you're going to be doing something in Grand Gita. 2029, you got.
Why they may not do nothing. They may say again, go to the place. After I want to see the man, I was waiting to see the man. I called the man. I said, Anthony, you not buy a ticket. The man answer me.
But Anthony, if you're really serious, you gotta start putting some books.
Yeah, you never go there, bro. You can't do it for.
Hold on, but y'all hold on. Let me ask a question.
The man related to Ben Fan. Ben Fan, I didn't Ben Fan.
No, I'm not related to Ben Fan.
No, they're not related to Ben Fan. Ben Fan are good man.
No, but no, what I'm saying, both of them run their campaign from Canada.
Oh, okay.
You're right. No.
You're right.
No, Mr. Gayman. Ask the question.
Yeah, my question is, you are one of those who intend to inspire folks in Grand Gita to follow you with a new vision. We have a lady here who is doing that. We got a lot of other folks who are doing that. You heard what she says. She has begun to do some stuff on the ground. She intends to spend a lot of time in the district leading up to next year. My question to you is, what is your strategy and what are you doing on the ground now for the folks to be inspired that 2029 will be your year?
Yeah, Mr.
Gayman, tell them about the check. The check, you say you read them. Tell them about the check and come and send.
But first and foremost, we don't go around beating chest. I partnered with somebody in Grand County in 2020, June of 2020, and we bought 300 acres of land. We hired 28 people. Farming, and we had it on payroll. We fee our employee twice a day.
What kind of farm?
No, anywhere from cocoa, rice, cassava.
No, man, come on. Why you planting? Don't say anywhere. What they say you do on the farm? You
That's what I'm telling you. Cocoa is our.
But why you say from anywhere between cocoa and what is that?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry for using that phrase. The primary crop is
you cultivating now, or you just started to harness?
I'm telling you something that started since 2000 and 2020. It started June of 2020, right? Okay. And so it's 5 year in. So yeah, it's a big project.
So are you yielding now?
We've been yielding, yes.
Okay.
It's an 18 months cocoa that we planted. So just check.
I'll be part of your campaign.
It's a hybrid. So Mr. Gayman. The thing there is, the politics in Grand Gita is a bit different from the national politics. You got to have connection with the people. You got to have connection with the older folks. You can, know your tradition and all of that stuff. Out of which in my area, because I speak my dialect very fluently. I know the culture. I can do any farming work. Tapawa, play the country, thing and all of that stuff. So these things, come easily to me. So papo and do all of that fishing, go hunting. As a Grand Gita, if you don't know how to hunt, then you're not part of the society, because that's one thing that is, new in our tradition. You got to learn how to hunt. All right. So
when was the last time you were on the ground?
10 years ago. I was on the ground in Liberia, in Grand Gita, 2019.
Gee, 7 years.
I'll be honest with you.
Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
I'm being honest with you. So,
Thank you.
So, but the situation on the ground for me, I stand a better chance, because Zopenu, who everybody say he has the key to Grand Gita County, are challenging at his own town hall, and he made Margaret and said, "Oh, I don't know what I was talking about," and they fact check it. I was right, and since then, Zopenu folks, they don't come after me anymore, because I challenged Senator Zopenu that you've been in the Senate now in the legislature for 20 years. What is your legislative accomplishment? Not buying baby tops, not buying people Bono Azim. I want to see your legislative accomplishment. He claimed he co-sponsored the bill that created the community college in Grange. I said, no. To your credit, you voted for the bill, but you did not co-sponsor the bill. And if you say you co-sponsor, then I want to challenge you that you should provide a copy of the draft of your co-sponsorship. And you could not provide that. The record showed that he voted for the bill because Madam Sally, credit to the late Eugene Talakbaka from Lofa County who introduced that bill, and Madam Sally jumped on that bill and she championed it and it went into effect. That's why we have community colleges across the country.
Thank you. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show. And your take. I know you listen to the show from the confines of your wine and caviar you were eating.
No, well, I'm at the office. I was a bit busy, so I couldn't come in. So I was in and out. But I listen. I think each of us we have different styles of engagement, but I think very effective, regardless. So if one person isn't, I think the rest of you guys did a phenomenal job. I think engaging her. I would have probably pushed her a little bit when she talked about the engagement in the community and her intent to spend more time. Mistress my girl, she's been spending time in Liberia, from my recollection, for the past I think for more than 8 years now. She's been in Liberia. Now I've never seen her as someone who had political ambition. Um, but it's a good thing to see women getting involved politically. Uh, I would have loved to really commend her because I like the way she's starting. I think she's to have a book out there talking about things that she's passionate about. I thought was a great way. It's not always about starting projects in these communities. I think it's about impacting from a larger perspective, and I think that's exactly what she's done with this book. I'd love to get a copy and peruse and kind of deep dive for a little bit. But I really thought that she was spot on. I had no questions about her brilliance, her engagement on social media. She's a friend that I follow, and I've engaged with before. I think has always been high standard. But now you were entering a new terrain. I won't say new terrain because the family. I mean, her husband has been, former chairman of the CDC. He's played integral roles in the previous administration and now as senator. And so she has the advantage as to with regards to politics in Liberia. But again, she will now have to stand on her own. And so 2029 for me, I think will be very, very interesting. We're going to see some new faces. We're going to see a lot of women have expressed interest, and they're very serious about it. We were talking about Fanta from the CMC. She's going to be in the race. So I would love to see how this plays out. I'm just hoping, if she's listening to me right now, I'm hoping that she's able to come back and we can specifically, on the next engagement, talk about her politics, her vision, how she intends to, to win. Because elections are about winning. You're not always going to win the elections, and I don't think those that have lost elections should consider themselves losers because they've lost an election. But you got to put your best foot forward to win an election, and it has to be strategically done. So I hope she can come back so we can talk more specifically about the politics, what her vision is, what she intends to do. I'm sure she'll be running on. I'm not sure. Maybe I missed that part. Did she talk about what ticket she's running? I'm sure she'll run on the CDC ticket because I
Yeah,
believe
she mentioned that.
She mentioned that. I'm sure
She
she was.
didn't mention that. She said she didn't clear. As if you're going to mention it. She said she's a little ambivalent on that.
No, but she said she is where she is. She says, and ask her, where are you? She said, I'm with the CDC.
CDC, yeah. Right. And I asked her before she left, that will you contest on a political party ticket? She says she's not clear. I said, which party will you contest? She says she is.
Oh,
Where she
I didn't hear
is.
that question.
Yes.
Okay, so I think Sylvester
Wait a minute, go ahead.
saying where she is indicative that she's with the CDC, and so maybe is a strategic answer to not. But we all know, I think it's implied that she's going to run in the CDC. So again, overall the interview was great. She really did well. She didn't struggle much with the question, much. But I would love to engage her. I just couldn't come on because I was a little bit busy at the office. But great job, guys.
Excellent. Let me go to the thinker. Truth in Ink. I know this is it's not fair to you because that's your partner, that's your friend, somebody who is very close to you. So I know you will be biased a little bit, but go ahead.
I know you'll be biased a little bit.
You are muted.
No need to be biased. Magay is a very good friend of mine, but I was able to separate Magay as the minister, former chairman of CDC, and his wife, because I pay attention to her, considering that there was this thing that she was with the Liberia Party and stuff like that. I wasn't really in the country during the period of that engagement with Liberia Party, so I didn't know much of her and stuff like that. But so I pay attention to her, and to be frank, I found her to be a very humble person, highly intelligent and stuff like that. She was able to separate herself some kind of way from that whole cloud of minister weather and all the kind of stuff. She tried her best not to interfere. She was really welcoming, because just imagine sometimes Magay will find people at his house as early as 6 a.m. in the morning. You talk about 2, 3, 4, 5,000 people up to midnight, and she was there, this wife, not showing the least discomfort of her own privacy and stuff like that, because sometimes people want to follow Magay as far to his bedroom having conversation, So she was just there trying to be the professional person she is and creating her own thing. She went. I think she was one of those few wife of a minister of such influence that did not bother to work with the government. She worked somewhere else. So that's it. But when it comes to politics, I think she's been around politics for long. She's been with the Liberty Party. Those were people who brought it to where it was. So she been in the game, and then with a tactician husband as Magay, I think she might be bracing herself up for what is it. But I think her story resonated a lot. For those of us who got girls, children, and we eventually get married, it resonated with us, about the challenges women will face when it comes to this issue, which is true. You see, Joel, for a very long time, Joel had to deal with sanctions because she was the wife of Mr. Taylor for a very long time. Even to get medical treatment, it would take her to go through all of that. But only crime was because she was married to the president. And many women also have that. Let's leave the educated women. Let's go to the rural parts of the country. Women take problems on their head simply because of the decisions, the actions of their husband and all of those stuff. We've seen it again resonating. Of course, we hear the government is saying that they have some issue with the Cloud Foundation, but if you look at it to the extent that they want her to present evidence, you just see again another extension of maybe you get issue with her husband now, she got to deal with it as the wife. So I think what Vivian wrote is something that goes beyond just a personal story. It's one that many women face, and as a result of that, women tend to be afraid to come forward. So we will be looking forward to them coming. I hope Sarah here too can eventually come and be an active participant, even not as a candidate, but a voice. Because, and let me conclude on this. She made one good difference between the male politician and the female politician. The male politician will want to talk about the oil black, will want to talk about the imaginary things and all of that, but the women women politicians will want to be particularly focused on things that affect the everyday life, the life of the children in a hospital, healthcare, those kinds of everyday things. So I think that we can get a lot of women being the voice in our country. I think we can take it at a different level as opposed to, them being on the sideline or be afraid that they could also be stigmatized, scapegoated. I think they should come forward and together let's move the country. 2029 will be very, very, very much interesting.
Thank you. Sarah?
Yes, sir.
Your take?
Oh, on her?
Yes.
Yeah, well, absolutely great presentation. Even though I wasn't listening to the show from the beginning, I just joined it later on. But I follow her on social media when I think they were launching the book or something like that, and I think it's a great initiative that she's taking. And I also, like I said, I want to see her actively in politics. I want to encourage every other potential young woman out there that has the capability to do that too as well, because we have our people out there who need to be advocated for, and I think women can do a great job in that direction. So it was a great show and a great endeavor on her part to write that book. Definitely I'm going to try to get it, because even just the caption, I mean the title alone just kind of blow my mind. I want to really go beyond that and see what's in there. So yeah, I think I really applaud her for that. Great show. Great interaction with her.
Honorable Sita.
Thank you very much. Well, I think Madam McGill, she did a very excellent job. The fact that she took the courage to write a book, her memoir, regarding her days coming up in Liberia, surviving the Civil War, and joining the Liberty Party, and then transitioning on to the CDC, and then she decided to catalog all of these experiences into a memoir. That is commendable. If you look at the intellectual landscape of Liberia, you will not see a lot of women writing books. The fact that she took the courage, to write the book, because when you write that book, it has to be edited, it has to be sent back, you have to redo the whole manuscript again before finally going to fine print. She did a wonderful job, so I want to commend her for that. And the fact that she has indicated that she's going to be seeking political office come 2029, that is also encouraging and is commendable. In Liberia, we need to push active women participation in politics. If you look at the ratio of women in Liberian politics right now, the ratio is marginal. Taking into consideration our population, we are almost 50-50. But in the population, when you look at the population counting of Liberia, but notwithstanding, you see only a few women in politics. So I think it is a good idea that she has decided that will serve as a motivation for other women who are laid back, who are well educated, can articulate issues, understand the issues, but chose not to delve into this whole political game because of being afraid that people will disrespect them and what have you. But it is politics, and the fact that she has decided to get involved, and that is commendable. And I just hope that other young women and other women of her stature in Liberia will follow her lead. Thank you very much.
Great. Let me go to Seleke Kromah. I know you say you didn't want to say anything, but you're closing on this. It looks like if this trend continues, 2029 will see an intellectual class of women running for office in Liberia, and this is what we've been praying for, to actually give us a clean sheet of critical thinkers. Kromah, your take.
Yeah, again, Mr. Gayman, was a great show. And good to see you back on the show, by the way. Yeah, I came on. I had a point or concern that I wanted to ask, and I think she didn't answer my question, but her presentation was well, But on the overall, I just hope that she's ready for what she's about to get into, because people just accuse her trying to, tie her to her husband, whatever he did when he was in government, and I read after she's already written a book to share her experience. So if she's running for political office where people going to be going after her personally, all of that, I'm just thinking if after 2029 again, she will not read another book again, I wish her well. I don't know her personally, but again, this mindset, Mr. Gayman, that when people try to hold women accountable, then that means they are against women and all of that. For me, I don't believe that. And a lot of women play victim in politics, and a lot of men, by the way, go through a lot of attack. And you don't see men coming up to kind of stand in solidarity with these men that are unfairly accused of so many things that they are not even into. But when you talk about women, everybody, I understand the nature. Some women actually they've been, marginalized in our country. But the way some women take this thing, it's too personal. They don't even, at some point, people just want to, because woman is into a process. They just want you to take something from a woman without them being vetted or being asked the tough questions. We saw similar thing with the Nima County election with Ile, and all of that. A lot of people supported her because she was a woman and all of that. So I wish her well, but at the end of the day, it was a great show, by the way, and all the best to her. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Honorable Nagbe.
Yeah, like I indicated, great interview, great show. I think she did well. I was a little confused, however. I think she was at. I mean, she. I don't want to say at pains, but she made it strenuously clear that she wanted to be known by her own self.
Yes.
She wanted to be recognized for what she's done, for who she is. She didn't want to be known as Minister McGill's wife, which I appreciated. But then, she left the Liberty Party and followed Nathaniel McGill to the CDC, and she's staying with the CDC. So, what does that say about striking out to be herself? So, I hope she will come back here and answer that question. I'd like her to answer that question. Two, I think the title of the book is a clapback. And as I heard some of you push a little bit to talk about those characters that she felt, because I heard she said her name was being maligned forever by some characters who didn't want her to serve in the CDC government. So I think the title of the book is a clapback to those people. And if she's going to come into the political space, I think she should be ready to to throw a punch.
She did.
I hope she reserved it for another. She did.
Yeah, she called City Tar. She says City Tar. What her name? City Tar. Her name?
Yes.
The former minister of gender.
Okay.
She says City Tar told her.
Yeah, Piso. City Tar.
Piso denied her several opportunities, but after they went to one of the trips, they left her behind, but then they made her to compile the report of a trip that she didn't go on because they couldn't do it. They made her to do the work for them. Why they deny her to be on the trip? She put them out there.
Sarah Dopoh, Happy New Year. You must be explaining that. I see this but all in all,
but the Liberty Party is dead, so that's the reason.
I have a lot of respect for what she did tonight.
So the woman can repeat what she said.
Listen,
that CDC village should just be protected.
No. Listen. In our church, right, or in any religion, right, when you get married, you go to your husband's church, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You go to the woman, you go to the man's organization. So that's
she refused to dismiss the allegation against her husband to her on the show today. She said that's why she can't have one.
No, but that's what she said. She said
But
that's
she cannot separate herself from her husband, though.
First of all,
But notwithstanding, she
Can I speak
can't
for her
answer for
husband?
any allegation against her
but
husband.
first of all, the woman said, no, the woman said to
conclude,
you,
please. Mr. Nagbe is on the stage. He conclude.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you
Nagbe.
very much.
Yes.
Thank you. No, I was going to say I lots of respect for what she did tonight. I think she understands. She didn't just come here and started talking stuff because somebody wrote stuff for her. I think she really understands the issue. I like the fact that she considers herself, a feminist, and the position she's taking on women issues and what she's done to empower women. I heard her talk about huge quantities of women. I think that she's been working with, she calls some numbers in the hundreds, which I think is something that will help her as she intends to enter the political space. So, best of luck to her. I hope she'll come back. And I'd like her to take a look at the CMC, where we actually do empower women. We don't let them stay
They
behind.
always hustling for members. Always.
We don't let them stay back, and then they don't go on a trip and ask them to write any report that they didn't business. But
But somebody can resign and throw you under the bus.
Now look at that. Look at that.
Look at that.
The kind of very president there, you can see the board show straight to the party.
But
thank you. Back to you, Jerome.
Mr. Gayman.
Sylvester Gayman,
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, Chief, go ahead.
Go ahead, I will come after you.
Right. I'll be very direct. Look. I'm encouraging Vivian to continue because something, especially she appeals on the CDC now. And most of the CDC, the women in the CDC, they are silent, especially the ones that really benefited from the 6 years of the CDC's government. Where are they today? Okay? The likes of Siafua Megre, Piso Sedita, Mawani Dix, all of them, they are silent. The only people you see really making the north of the CDC, Sarah Dopoh, Susan Bagay, these are the people that be. But now, tomorrow the question is,
you bring it here. So you try to say that the people can muggle web Abuja?
I'll be honest with you, but the question is, I'm gonna go well CDC tomorrow when they dip out there, you people can enjoy me. Oh, I'll be honest with you.
No, but somebody telling the truth though.
Be the voice that will come forward because something. I've been sure to them before. I've been sure to Safua say, oh, are you born? Oh my God, attack me. No, it's about time. Right now, the government's in the 3rd year. It so happened yesterday. The president spoke on Monday, and the government came out yesterday to change the errors they made. They confess that they made some errors with the numbers, and people are attacking them. Tomorrow, having somebody come and show again. Tomorrow, we can discuss with the numbers again. About time that the females they come up. Be heard. Can't be saying now, waiting the 2029 them. They just wear a t-shirt. No. Then tomorrow when the election over, then they put a bill on the battlefront. They are not in the room. No. Our problem people are hesitant. So I encourage Madam Ines McGill to continue. She's very resilient. She got what it takes. She got the credentials. She should not stop. She should be a voice for the voiceless. That voice of reasoning. That what people are looking for. That fiery voice. Don't be speaking on issues when it comes to rape, a child endangerment. Speak on it. Address it. She shouldn't be silent. And that's why I'm one of those who put it. I'm happy one of she expressed a desire to run. And trust me, I will support her because of that. I want more women. I'll support more women to run for parliament. It's good for our country. You got one guy right there. Kabuto Kane. He are free 9 years. For a joke, 9 years. We're fighting with that woman that was on spoon. We're fighting with that woman. Got that today. All she got to hold her bag tight. All she can do. Nothing else she do for that place. Okay? And about time, one of the campaign women started over and play for 20 years. It was time that they retire now. Can retire. You can be in that play for 20 years. For what? Get up a chance.
Good. Not only the 20 years, but it's not even delivering.
Honorable Garguah. We had, I'm seeing a slate of powerful women. We got.
So you join me on me today?
No, you were closer out. You're taking us out. So
recognize the CNC political leader, man.
I'm coming.
Brother,
but
not too
listen,
much.
you see,
This the man. This is the leader of opposition voice in the country. This man. He the
But
top
Tomalin,
of the
No,
yeah.
no,
that's
no,
the
no,
moderator,
no.
man.
Who be vocal?
listen,
Who be vocal? Come on, my brother. Come on. That's all.
listen, man. Listen, we got our Secretary General here. Don't can't take the man's job.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Garguah, we got some women. We got Fanta Kamara. We got Ines. We got a lot of these powerful women coming up. 2029 seems to be like a great year for not just women, but quality women upon whom we can rely to push public policy.
And I concur 100%. What I don't agree with is the idea of the country supporting women just based on gender. And I think
Thank you.
Tomalin just raised a profound point, which is, for instance, the women that have been supported, what impact have they made in the roles that they served? Miss Conan, Botu Conan, I'm not sure if I'm saying her name right. She's been mute. She's been muted on multiple issues. You don't really hear from her much. She's not as aggressive as she was prior to her ascendance to the position she currently holds. And so I have consistently said, and I will consistently say, that in as much as we need more women participant and participation, I think it's important for us to scrutinize and give opportunities to impactful women. Give opportunities to women who are not just loud, women who are not just running on the bandwidth of being a woman, but women who understands the task ahead, women who understands what it means to seize the moment when given these opportunities, and women who truly have a vision to implement. These are the kinds of women that we must support. I will object. I will strongly object to any idea that, in as much as we want women we want gender equality, I will object to the idea and this premise. And it's been made. It's been made on multiple talk shows. Oh, we need to support women. We need to support women. Yes, we should support women, but we need to also understand that they are as bad as we have bad male politicians. There are some bad female politicians that should be nowhere near public service. And I think we need to make that very clear. We need to draw that line. So yes, Mr. Gayman, it will be very interesting. I think it's a great thing that a lot of these women are coming out and they are running. What we need to understand next is the articulation of that vision. We need to understand what they intend to do. We need to understand and ask the tough questions as it relates to how they intend to achieve what they intend to do, and we need to ask the tough question as to their standards. Where do they stand on all of these different issues? That even if, for instance, Mrs. Miguel, if CDC were to win the next election in 2029, I don't expect her to not support the president. But at what detriment? Is she going to support CDC and the executive as a representative or senator only because she wants to support her party? Or is she going to stand for the Liberian people? Is she going to stand for her constituents? Is she going to stand for the fact that she's a Liberian first over party? So these are things we should support. Last point I want to make is this. Any idea that because someone is married to someone, or because my girl has been indicted on these crimes, that his indictment is somehow a reflection of the wife, I think it's wrong. It's completely wrong. I think that you can be married to someone and also draw a line as to first of all, we have to look at the context of these indictments, right? Are they politically influenced? And from all indications, we know we've seen it happen before. We saw it happen with Edwin Snow. We saw what happened with the former first lady and vice president. On what grounds were these charges dropped? Today they're able to travel to wherever they want to travel, right? If they choose not to come to America, that's one thing, right? And so any idea or any politics that spins the idea that she's married to a man who is on this indictment, I think it's going to be a failed strategy. I think that she can come into any political context under her own name, and she started that already. Her husband is Miguel, but she's coming into this race as a Liberian woman who wants to participate, who has the vision, and who sees herself as the best candidate to win. And I think it's on the basis that we should focus on, not on her husband being indicted and her justifying why or explaining on the campaign trail. Well, how do you separate the two? No, that's not her business. That's not the reason why she's running. We should focus on asking her the tough questions about what she intends to do, how qualified she is, and should she earn the trust of Liberians, how will she perform? I think that's most important.
Robert, I gotta push back a little bit on that.
Yeah,
Look, I don't know this
Nagbe,
lady, right?
I have
But-
a different take on that, and I have not spoken on this issue.
Oh, no,
All right,
nobody. No, listen.
All
You
right,
got
go
me
ahead.
your close. You got finish closing. That's it. We're not arguing this thing anymore.
Go ahead,
What
Mr.
I'm
Gay.
saying-
I give it.
All
No,
I'm
but I would
saying.
love to hear
Yeah,
the
but I'm not
disagreement.
spoken on
I
this
would
issue.
love to hear
I'm
Mr.
not
You
close
guys
yet.
asking
disagreement.
my political
Listen.
ambition that I was saying. I never
Listen.
spoke on this issue.
Listen. I
No,
want
but
to admit.
Mr. Jerome, I would love to. I read it. These are respectable people. I want
Okay,
to hear what
Anthony,
they
give
say.
me,
Okay,
give me,
go.
give me a
Listen,
minute.
okay, I'm coming
Give
to
me a
you,
minute.
Victor. I want to.
But allow Mr. Nagbe to ask the question you want to
I'm
ask.
coming. I'm coming, guys. I want to admit here that I was
Yeah,
one.
give the moderator chance.
I was one of those that were running the campaign.
Yes, sir.
I was running the campaign from Miss Boto as the meat seller, the woman who came from the bottom. She would be an advocate for women. I was one of those that were campaigning loudly for the meat seller and all that stuff. And she disappointed me. The only time I saw her stand up was to stand on the bridge to stop Musa Belite from building a bridge. That was the only thing I see her doing the whole time. Yeah, Victor, go ahead. Your question.
Look, here's the thing, Robert. I totally agree with you that whatever the commission by our husband should not be, the penalty should not be visited upon her. I agree with you. But if a lifestyle audit is conducted and this woman is found to be an accomplice, look, I've heard her tonight. She went, strenuously trying to let her understand she came from humble beginnings. That's what she said. She was selling and doing stuff. Nathaniel McGill is on record talking about he had one trousers. Now, if you conduct a lifestyle audit from what he was and what he is now when he came to government, and if you conduct a lifestyle and she is found to be an accomplice to what this man was sanctioning about, then I think it's fair for her to be asked questions about how did you come into this and how did you come into that. I think those are the questions that will be. But I agree with you. I think to just throw a blanket allegations at her simply because she is Nathaniel McGill is unfair to her.
Yeah, but
if
that's
it
the
can
point.
be established that this and happening from X to Z, if she can explain how she got from X to Y, I think that she would have done herself good. That's why.
Yeah, but also I think it's important though, to the point that you made. It's important. The argument that they're making right now is an explanation that is squarely based on McGill's political blemishes, and so I'm saying McGill's political blemishes have got nothing to do with the wife. Now, if an independent investigation is done domestically or internationally that is based on facts and not male opinion that link her in any way whatsoever to McGill's dealing, which will have to be, you got to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't understand because she never worked in CDC-led administration. Her husband worked, right? And so whatever crimes, let's assume he committed a crime. Whatever crime he committed, I don't think have got nothing to do with her. So if an investigation is done and there are evidence that prove that she actively was involved as an accomplice or whatever, then we can start asking those questions as of now. Until we have these investigations done, until these investigations are released and we see the facts, I'm saying Ms. Ennis should reflect Ms. Ennis and not Mr. McGill.
No, I agree with you. Absolutely.
Mr. McGill is a lawmaker. His
I agree with
issues, he should come on this show and we should discuss his issues. He should answer to his issues. Ms. Ennis, even as a lawmaker, she will have to answer to her constituents on her own her own bandwidth and not her husband's bandwidth. That's what I'm
But
saying.
about 50% of our book is about husband.
But that's her book. So what?
Listen. It's
No,
a
but
memoir.
excuse me, Mr. Gayman.
So what? It doesn't mean anything.
But guys, let me make my own
Listen, guys.
We
It's a
have
memoir.
to go. We have to close. I think the most important point we're missing from her book is that she is saying the double standards. She is saying if the situation was on the reverse, if she had been the one to maybe commit the crime or charge or whatever the allegation, allegedly, Miguel would not be the one suffering the scorn of the public as in her case.
That's not a substance of the allegation.
Akami, you have not read the book nor the excerpt. I'm talking about the book. Akami now, my brother, let's talk on the basis of what the woman wrote. The woman wrote on the issue of scapegoating, on the issue of double standards, that oftentimes the spouses of men are held to, are punished. In fact, she used those words, punished for the actions of their husband with all due care. However, if the situation was on the reverse, the male component of the relationship do not bear the same consequences like the word. That was the basis of her approach. And I think
that's a flawed argument, though. But
again, she played a woman card again. She played a woman card again. She said,
listen,
guys. Mr. Gayman, can I have my time, please?
Yeah, that's the best time now.
Let's go.
Yeah, because I just see one thing over and again.
Anything you only ask me about my political ambition.
But Anthony, no topic yet.
Okay, Pewee, go ahead, close her out.
Oh wow.
You know, I just for the conclusion, actually.
I'm going to give you 1 minute. Don't go anywhere. Go ahead, Pewee, traveling.
It's just for the conclusion that I came back on yet. And then sometimes we all got our own personal way we look at things when it shifts from different political angle, and so now even if we have to go to bed and sleep to study for tomorrow's lesson, we force ourselves because we want to be part of the discussion also. But if from different perspectives.
So that's a Seleke Kromah.
Mrs.
Maybe I had to post me on too much. Nobody.
But the better you buy me too, you will just buy.
Yeah. Even if it is 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, we'll force it. We say we want to say something about it. But let me come back to the meat of the issue here. Mrs. Myean didn't play no general card here. She expressed herself. She proved to be very confident, brave, and she said some things that have been very deeply challenging back in our society, gentlemen. So back to the line, and sometimes Kehleboe.
A charger hanging in the middle of the screen, man.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's mounted in the vehicle.
I'm playing my family role. I'm driving my little daughter to her den, so I have to do that. So excuse me, gentlemen, for that. Yeah, but let me. You see, you're not saying the way I want to say it, so but let me. No, I'm not forcing. I was already on.
Go ahead.
I was on.
Let the man talk, man. Go ahead.
You see, you guys trying to read it, just confuse me. I lost my train of thought and the rest of that. But what I was trying to say actually. Sorry, what I was trying to say here is that even look at my own big brother Kehleboe. I didn't even speak to the issue. Kehleboe put my knee there and said, Pewee, no, oh my God. I was not even the one that said that. Kehleboe was saying this now. But what I was trying to say, what the young lady stated was that she cannot be tied to her husband.
Absolutely not.
If the husband did something, she cannot be tied to that. She said a lot of us didn't know that she been working with UNDP. A lot of us didn't know that she got masters in international studies. International and development studies. A lot of us didn't know that. But she's a competent young woman. Outside of my girl as a husband, she also worked with the bank. A lot of us didn't know that. But when we ran away with this kind of, so what she's trying to push to us, and I think we should respect that. Now, I don't think she play any genre card here. The card she play here is that she want to be seen as Mrs. Vivian Magay or Nije, not basically because she's the husband of Mr. Magay, if you will. So sometimes what I would call some of these, we engage into them, we see people will play the role. Magay was the minister, she played her role and she stay around, she's gonna be around, other things. Now, the fact that she will even have the wherewithal to discuss that she will want to be into politics. She's not playing general card, she's going into a contestation. So I wouldn't take long on this. What I would say to us, gentlemen, is that I believe that she's just trying to say, and that's one of the things many people are not. Do you know that people are writing other congressional people in this country as to how the State Department will take some things or how they will do things in sanctioning people, because the spouse may not have no role sometimes in the role one of the partner will play, and sometimes they will be victim of circumstances. You see, for instance, I will end on this one. Our dear brother, D12, even his 2-year-old son was sanctioned.
Exactly.
And that son that was sanctioned is shocking it. And on the other hand, he's a carrier of a U.S. passport because he was born here. But for him, he's not sanctioned, but his rest of the other children. And he got all children at under age, 6, 7, 8 years. It reflects when I see these things. So sometimes innocent people will bear the consequence. So I think sometimes we have to speak. And if we are doing this thing, we should bear in mind that it may happen to us tomorrow or someone that we dearly close to. So I just tried to give a classic example about D12 very innocent children that are bearing the consequence of their father. Even if he didn't do it today, they're bearing the consequence of that. So we should also just consider that and believe that it may happen to one of us tomorrow, of our cousin, our dear. I mean, it's just that, Mr. Gayman. So, gentlemen, I just thought to reflect on that, but I don't think she's playing a female card here. She's just proven to be a resilient woman that she thought she can come and play the role in the politics that everyone of God. It's our fiduciary responsibility to do those things. And I thought that's one of the things she did. And I think she could write a book or memoir. And it's part of a challenge that should encourage all of us. And it should be the beginning of the mobilization of us all, encouraging females to participate into our politics.
Thank you. Anthony Gay, real quick.
Yeah, so I agree partly with Robert and some of what Pewee just said. But here's the thing. She has to be prepared to introduce herself, answer a question, and channel the path that she wants to channel. Because in politics, it will be a fair game if her opponent brings that up. However, it's how she delivers her response that will set the difference. It's how she handles these things that will come before her that will set, the tone of her campaign. And I think she's very competent. I've listened to her, and she can channel this path in a way that it will work for her, and she will be able to win an election. If she start, this thing that my husband, when the question is posed before you, just take the opportunity, educate people, take the opportunity and separate yourself. And I think she's capable of doing so. And I hope that's what she will do, because things will come up. And your opponent will always try to use things that may irritate you. Some people may not be able to fight you, but they can irritate you. And if that irritation, take you out of character and do something to you that distracts you, whatever the case may be, then you're gonna lose. So you gotta keep focused and be able to handle these things that will come. And I think she's capable of doing so. That's what I want to say.
So let me ask you a quick question, please.
What?
Do you
I think
think
she's also fully aware of that.
Yeah, but do you think she should face any scrutiny on a certain husband who had been elected by the people when she went for her own run? Here's a husband.
I think she should embrace. Look, I think she should embrace.
Let me lay my question, please. Let me lay my question. Here's a husband who been accused by United Nations and all of those things. Face the Liberia people.
Now United States, please. Now United Nations.
Yeah, the United States. It hangs over his head. He faced the electorate. He was elected. He went for 9 years to serve with that. Here's a wife who wasn't part of it, but just married. Perhaps 6 years after the husband charged it. 6 years after, because 2020 will be 6 years after the thing. Why she should be answering for a question that Labrepo have practically said is of no relevance based on the voting as senator? Why should
No,
not?
okay.
So let me get this right, Sidiki. Sidiki, let me say this.
People, those are
Let me say this. Yes, what people do in politics, if they know they can't fight you directly.
So my people,
so the people from Magini are not Liberian.
Exactly.
You trying to play
Mr.
So Sidiki are not Liberians.
Let me get this. In politics, like what happened to Mr. Cummings, right? Like what happened to Mr. Cummings when they brought the gay issue out? It will overlook people. You ready? Hammer on it. Like the way he responded now, he wasn't responding like that before. And his opponent benefited from it. You understand? So the way I heard this lady spoke tonight, I believe that she's competent enough to be able to weather the storm and embrace this question and move on and channel her own path. But if she allow people to irritate her and distract her from it, trust me, it will go against her. So I hope
all they capable of defending herself.
I have to agree with Anthony. I have to agree with Anthony, right?
Look
how long
she has to knock it off the park. Trust me. You just have to knock it off the park. Simple.
Seleke, Anthony Gay is talking from a traumatic experience that his boss
traumatic experience.
Yeah, traumatic experience that
Can you imagine the choice of words?
Now, Mr. Gayman, you want to attack Mr. Cummings, all right?
But Jerome,
let
me comment on this issue. Where you want to go, Mr. Gayman? Where you want to go? Masterpiece. You saw that yesterday.
But Sidiki, you want to tell that boy and he's scared to tell you?
Cummings is not a subject of the conversation, eh?
But who is the subject of the conversation?
Cummings is not a subject of the conversation.
But Myean is not a subject also.
Anthony Gay is making a comparison. That's what I'm saying. He's making a comparison. Listen, he brought coming into this thing. Not me. I'm just saying something.
Reflection, and it's a clear reflection.
Let me say this. I think Mrs. Myean is a competent person. She knows the terrain in which she is venturing into. But I just want to push back a little on this idea that she has to be, most women, we have to scrutinize them to make sure that before they are elected, they must be able to show us their platform. They must be able to articulate the issues. They must be well qualified. They must be honest. We got a lot of men in the national legislature who don't know nothing, but they were elected. Why is it now that if a woman wants to run for office, we have to create the artificial bar that we cannot give to men who want to give it to women? That's not fair. If we can elect a man who knows absolutely nothing, is in the national legislature, that does not even know his way out, does not even know what he is there for, that same opportunity has to be given to a woman, and the woman needs to prove herself. I'm one person who believes in the idea that you never know the potential of somebody until you give them responsibility.
No.
Yes, it is true. Yes, it is true that people campaign for Boto Kane and she went. She is not living up to the task. But there are many men in the national legislature who were elected and they are not up to the task. So to come up now and say, well, you know what happened? All of the men will give them free ride, will not scrutinize them, will allow them to contest for political offices. But then when women come now, then we say we want to scrutinize them in such a way, if to say that we have to set a bar so high for them and set a bar low for a woman, for a man. We have to set the bar even for everybody. If we set the bar in the past lower for a man, we also have to set the bar lower for a woman. If in the future we are setting the bar higher for a man, we also have to set the bar higher for a woman. It can be one way or the other. And that's the point I'm trying to make here. Thank you very much.
Listen,
No,
Mr. Jerome, please. This is important, please.
Come on,
Please.
4 hours. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Can I fundamentally disagree with what Mr. Siton just said? And I don't think we have set the bar in any way, because if you say we, then that includes me. I think that the electors have set their own bar, and the politicians understand the caliber of electors that they are dealing with. Right? I'm not calling the Liberian people stupid, because I don't think they're stupid. I think that they find themselves in this box that it would take people who know better to help them get out of. But that does not mean that's the standard, because I'm sure that the very people, even out of the I don't want to use the word ignorance, whatever the deficiencies are, that they vote for these people, they themselves know what they want. They know that they need great health care. They know that they want jobs. They know that the economy is tough. They know that they want to be able to pay their children's school fees. And all of these things require qualified, competent men and women. When we specifically talk about women's participation, what I'm saying is we cannot just elect women based on the gender card. That isn't to say we should elect men based on the gender card and not elect women based on the gender card. I think the standard for all politicians should be the same. When you have a job posted at any competent company, and the CEO qualification or what they're looking for, and when women and men apply, the same standard apply to both of them. They both will have to come and do the interview and prove who is best fit for that job. The company will have to make that decision. In Liberia, we have not set that standard of the qualification for which we want. The voters are making their own
affirmative action.
I'm sorry?
Do you believe in affirmative actions?
Listen, I believe in affirmative action.
Okay.
Right? I believe in affirmative action. But I think even within the affirmative action, you will agree that there are standards. Right? What I am saying basically is that in as much as I want to see more women participation, I don't want us to encourage, right, a web of women participating based on gender only. Because I'm very sure that there are a lot of competent women out there. They are lawyers, right? They are CEOs, they are doctors, they are nurses, they are out there. We just have not been able to give them the same opportunities we've given men. But just because we've elected a bunch of dimwit, just because we elected a bunch of fools who are men and they've not produced anything, does not give us the right to elect a bunch of fools that are women as well. I don't think this is a standard we should set. So I'm saying women and men, politicians in general, should be required to articulate their vision for the country, should be required to tell us how they intend to achieve what they said they will achieve, and they should be held accountable. We have not done that, not just with legislator. We have not even done that with our president. We continue to elect the same people. So the same standard we set to elect the presidency is the same standard we should set to elect the lawmakers. Is the same standard we should set when we start electing mayors or superintendents. Is the same standard. Everybody
are you aware of the
30%?
Are you aware of the 30% law for women in Liberia?
What is that 30% law?
30%.
Oh yeah, 30% the legislature should be women.
It's a goal.
It's a goal.
It's a goal because there are a lot of women participating in politics in
Liberia. I think the election commission has litigated that because that group has been vulnerable, discriminated, underrepresented. There was I think it became a law involved because I know the parties.
So do we have a law? We don't have a law.
I think that is a goal. That is aspiration.
It's not a law. It can't be a law.
I think there's a law, but
there's no law. There's no law for that.
It can't be a law.
It is an aspiration. It is a goal.
It can't be a law. You know why it can't be a law, Sylvester?
not Sylvester, my brother, Seleke, it can be a law because even if you have 100 women running in a particular district and you have 200 men, the people still have the right to pick who they want to become the representative. I think when people talk about the aspiration of 30% women participation, there is an aspiration to encourage women to participate because a lot of women don't feel the need to participate because they don't think they're going to win. They don't think they belong. What we are saying is women who are lawyers belong in the courtroom. They too can also make their cases in the lower upper houses. They too can make their cases as ministers or as presidents or whatever. They should participate. They have the same rights as men. It's a cultural thing that we have to change. All I'm saying is we should not put men under a different standard and women under a different standard. There should be a standard when it comes to electing and appointing our leaders. And that's the standard we should follow. We can only follow that standard if the people who are electing understands what those standards are.
Mr. Gayman, can we move on?
Yeah,
we need to move on.
Let me end on this one quickly.
Midnight edition.
Let me end on this one quickly, Mr. Gayman. On the issue of that, there's actually the law has not yet been. It's not a law. It's not been passed, but something is engrossed already.
So if it's in the elections law, then it's not a law.
The putting the election, it has to be legislated.
But yeah, it was amended election 4.5.
It's not time yet. It's not time.
NEC is requiring political parties. So I'm saying, I don't know when you talk about law now, I don't know from what perspective, but NEC requires political party that in a submission of candidate, 30% of the candidates submitted should be females.
So that is the law in NEC.
I'm saying that is sufficient. That is sufficient to say, to Robert's argument, that is sufficient to say there is a requirement now that tend to encourage women to participate to the extent. If you are sending 20 candidates to the Elections Commission on your party, registering on your party, 20 candidates, at least the minimum 30% of those candidates should be female.
That is a requirement from the National Elections Commission. That is a requirement. It's not a law.
You are deeply the election laws of the country is stating that because the election commissions will require political party to strike the balance of at least 30% of women participation in the list they will put for they send over to the election commission. That is actually that is true. But what we were talking about the law thing is what they try not to profit in the legislature. Now there's a lot of other countries that Rwanda
who passed the election law in 2014.
Rwanda guys, same other countries trying to push it up. I think places like Uganda and the rest. Liberia is trying to push that we have 30% women in the legislature. Yes. Meaning if that law is passed, when we are going, so there will be a threshold, and those thresholds are pushed on certain areas. So they will just say this area, certain constituents will only be women that will be qualified to contest for those areas. No male contest. So we will sum it and get to our threshold, and there's just a mark that will constitute 30% women participation. That means so women will contest in those areas, and that will be exclusive. The area that women that would not be on a local contestation. It will be all sex will move into it and the rest of that. That is in itself being challenged seriously.
Very challenging.
And the reason why folks challenge the reason why folks challenge that
affirmative action.
No, that doesn't work that way.
That's an extension of affirmative action.
The reason why it was challenged and it will continue to be challenged. Folks that are challenging it for another, there's a great intellectual debate and legal debate they are pushing. They went back to the Constitution talking about discrimination. Absolutely. And the Constitution is very emphatic about that. So if people are to be elected on the basis of their constitutional right as men and women, why are you giving women exclusive privilege to get to this? So that's the debate, and that's one of the reasons why.
And I think just to be, the dialogue, encouraging women to participate in politics. I said, it should be an allocated number.
Let me make this clear. Let me tell you why Honorable Ines McGill is going to be a formidable force in Grand Bassa County. She comes from a family that is very strong in the county. That family has produced preachers, bishops in the country. Her uncle, Honorable Nathaniel B. Innes, was the senator, the first senator in the first republic, that second or third republic in 2005-2006 election. Senator Innes was elected along with Wesley Finley. So that family is very, very formidable, very, very renowned in Grand Bassa County, well established. When you talk about the pillar of the First United Methodist Church in the country, and particularly Grand Bassa County, the Inneses. So she has name recognition. Her uncle, Bishop John G. Innes, very popular in Grand Bassa County. Her uncle, Nathaniel Innes, now he's a lawyer, practicing lawyer. So the name and the work that the family has done in Grand Bassa County, anybody going against her should be ready to have a fight on their hand, because the work that this family has done. Remember, Bishop Innes was the first principal of Camford Memorial United Methodist, the school they have there, the big school they have, is a boarding school. They own a boarding school in the county. So the Inneses ran that for the United Methodist Church forever. So the name on the ground is very, very strong. They had no scandals. They are reputable people, outstanding family. So the name alone will speak for itself. Now, being the wife of McGill and bringing additional resources and the tactical knowledge of politics, it would be very, 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 very hard to defeat this woman. She had no scandal. She said, people didn't know that I was working and making money before McGill became who he is. And she enumerated those places that she worked. She worked at the Ministry of Gender. She worked at the bank. She worked at the UN. She worked all of these places. So she a self-made woman. Then she came and went to graduate school at Brandeis University, one of the best schools in the country. And she graduated and went back home and doing even better. So yes, she has a case that is as strong as it can. Anybody who says she needs to defend her husband, yeah, that's politics. Everybody does that. We're going to do all we can to tie this man around your neck. But I think she's well prepared.
There you go. Now you got my point.
To defend that, because that's what politicians do. Look at President Weah when he was running. What did the opposition do? They say he was hanging out with some guy named Bestman, and the guy was in drug dealing and all that stuff. So they try to tie this thing around his neck, and he fought that off.
You see, look in the comment section. You see what somebody's saying already?
I think she's better off running the campaign based on her own record.
Of course,
that's why she's better off running the campaign based on her own qualification.
Oh, no, that's what she's doing.
I don't give a darn.
That's what I said.
I don't give a darn about.
Can I say something?
One second, please. I don't give a darn about her last name. I don't give a darn about her family. How the name Yomi Kanga Lawrence, the name in Bassa remains in Bassa. What has Lawrence? What's that complete? What has Lawrence?
The Congress got nothing on the innocent.
What has Lawrence? All I'm saying is the political influence when it comes.
That's what the Bassa people do.
The political.
Can I say something, Mr. Gayman?
But let me lay on my.
Let Robert land.
The political influences.
I will leave it with Pewee, and you can go through the midnight hour.
The political influences when it comes to last name have made limited to no impact on the lives of those that they lead. Yomi Kanga Lawrence has a very powerful name in Bassa. She's been given countless opportunities to serve, even at the highest level. How can you match the impact? I don't care about last name. I will support the man who I believe can change the lives of the Bazzolians, change the lives of the people in that constitution over a big name who's been in politics for a long time, Methodist Church. I don't care about that. So if this is what she's coming with, she has us to contend with. I want her to come as Ms. Innes on her vision, what she plans to do for the people and doing it the way she intends to do it and not because of the family name. I don't care about that.
Robert Garguah, the track record of the innocents in education, in healthcare, in everything else, you cannot beat that.
You are missing the point, Mr. Gayman.
What?
You are missing the point that Robert just made.
No, listen, you are missing the point because I've been in politics all my life. If you
so
went,
what the other
listen, sir, listen. If you went to Massachusetts and you ran against a candidate, anybody named candidate, you are in for, and Pewee, you are here, or Seleke, you are here, and Victor is here. If you went to, even in the United States, if you ran against anybody named candidate, their track record, they are human rights advocates, they are healthcare advocates, they are the poor advocates, they have done everything, they have laid down their life, they have died for the average person. So don't take names.
So tell us about the innocents in the House of Legislature. Tell us about the innocents in the House of Legislature. How they deliver for the Liberian people.
The work the innocents have done in Grand Bassa County for
No. How the innocents deliver for the Liberian people at the legislature? That's what we're talking about here.
But then the issue is not about.
Can I make a statement here real quick, please?
You have to understand. You have to understand the perspective of not about what the person have delivered. It's the trend.
They see female to talking here. Everybody talking. You only want one female on the platform to talk.
Go ahead, female.
You know what I want to say is, I want to address this. Say Gonganu in the comment section. Say Gonganu. When under my comment on somebody else and started insulting me. Say Gonganu, I want to tell you your insult cannot stop me from speaking on Facebook. It cannot stop me from commenting on Facebook. You insult me, I will insult your mom, your pa, your whole generation, and we move. I just want to tell you that because I screenshotted his insult. I have it in my phone. Say Gonganu, anytime you insult me, this is a warning to you. Anytime you insult me on the blue app, I will insult you right back. We move. Okay, let me come back to our sister, Ines. The women card is nothing here. Nobody playing women card here. This woman, on her own, she was doing something like she said, even without her husband's input. Yes, at the end of the day, people will tie her to her husband. That's true. But like I said, I think she's able, she's ready. If she wasn't, she wouldn't have ventured in it. She's ready to defend her character. She's ready to defend herself. I strongly believe that. And nothing in the election law that says, well, your husband has CDC, so you can't be a citizen to run. Is there any law that says that? Because I heard somebody making the point, why she can't stay to Liberty Party or what, and then she's going to be running a CDC ticket. If CDC people vote her, find it capable for her to run on the ticket, so be it. If she's qualified, the people will vote for her. The vote lies in the hands of the people. That's just my point.
So, first time interview with Mr. Myean tonight. And you want to say,
he's not the one. That's why he's saying. He's not the one. Maybe it's
he
another.
He is the one. He is the one. I screenshot it and have it in my phone. I screenshot it.
Well, I'm just reading what he said as well. I'm not disputing what you are saying.
I have the screenshot in my phone.
Okay.
The mess. Sarah, I have a question for you, Sarah.
Yeah.
Do you know Mrs. Myean well? Because you just interacted with her today. He said she's capable. You know her well.
All the people that you been voting, you know them well.
I think. Sarah, I have a question for you, Sarah.
All the people that you supporting, you know them well. You know the character.
We're looking for the 139,000 students that benefited from the PD program. We're looking for at least one name of the school.
Sarah, I have a question for you.
Now.
Yeah, say you threw your barb at me that some poor says you will not run for Liberty Party. I said that you could have called my name, but it's okay.
I will call your name.
But I'm going you to tell me what is it that Jangako was trying to say? Can you explain to us?
I tell you, right? Jangako, what you did yesterday?
Excuse me.
Can you be explain?
Mr. Nagbe, Jangako executive mayor said now right near you there. There's Seleke here. I'm Mr. Correct. He's a member of the executive. Ask him why Jungle Crow was saying.
Wait now, ain't you the people?
Yesterday,
You and Carol can be hanging out on the talk show.
It doesn't matter. Jungle Crow was reporting a lot of the lies that were in the sauna. You heard what he said.
No, but Jungle Crow, that's the way he brought the presidential stuff, man. That was the moment the look presidential.
See, that's a mistake y'all can make here.
What mistake we can make? My man, your party.
Listen to me now. Listen. Listen.
Your party dropped the ball yesterday. Accept it.
Listen to me. I'm not going to go on that particular comment. I'm going to go on the stereotype you put on me. I will use Donald Trump. Donald
Trump?
Are you serious? Wait for me. You can wait.
Let a man land.
Because you didn't look at the substance. You are focusing on the presentation. You said it was,
I'm only
trying to say people present matter in different ways. So perhaps you always see it because of president responsibility.
On social media, I won't be insulting people. I can
let's look at the substance of what was presented.
What's up there? You were supposed to create 1 million jobs. You did not create 1 million jobs.
I think Mr. Gayman, gentlemen will leave. Let's try to leave for about 7:30.
But Mr. Nagbe,
10 minutes. Let's close and so 10 minutes.
I'm a last comment. Mr. Nagbe, did you observe that every other opposition parties, their leaders been addressing the media in response to the SONA, delivered by the president? Yes. But for CDC, they give it to other party officials. What job you are second address the media? Why?
And I didn't want to make
the law on our
way because no other party they are ever been in the
president. If I was speak to that, we talked about that last time on this platform here. So the party is a structural, well-built structural party, if you will. The president, he's the former president of the republic. They believe they got a lot of things. So it's something like a responsibility. Sharing responsibility. So listen, the party doesn't necessarily have to.
No, I don't think Garguah should have been the one
I agree, Sylvester. I agree with you. Not every press conference should be adjudged by the former president, but this is a test SONA. Not a one Georgia himself as a judge, or not even any critical issues in the country.
You will not find doing that.
Georgia have a judge a lot of critical issues in the country.
Nothing. They make it talk, so there's no structural issue.
Let me say this quickly. Let me say this while we close. What I agree, the political leader of the CDC or the political leader rather of the CDC should speak out. But it's necessarily the fact that the party responded timely. It's not an issue. But what I would say here, moving forward, Seleke, to your point, it is very important that Mr. Weah begin to be availing himself to discussing national issues, either directly with the journalists or with the
people. But it start talking plenty again.
Mr. Weah, let me not conclude.
I want that two president now.
What are you gonna say?
Let me just say this quickly. Let me just say this quickly. Then we'll see everybody view. Then we'll close. From my point here, Sarah, and I understand you are so passionate about this thing. You support Mr. Weah. I do support Mr. Weah. Mr. Weah served before as president for 6 years. The Lebrimpo would love to see him and to start saying, and Boaka came and defeated him for a reason that the Lebrimpo said, he was not doing a good job, so Boaka beat him. So to come back to the president and say, you have to come tell the people, say, okay, this job I was doing here, Boaka is now saying, he said, I didn't do a good job, but I believe I was doing a better job than he's doing now. Mr. Weah should be here saying those things to the Lebrimpo directly. That, hey, you see this thing, I mean, it should not be, I agree with this statement that sometimes people will read, but would there be a time that Mr. Weah will start engaging? Listen, if Mr. Weah does not engage and believe that it is going to be agape love that will bring him back to the presidency, I think it's going to be a difficult thing 2029. He has to engage and convince the Liberian people that engage them whatsoever. We understand Mr. Weah is not an intellectual. He don't have to be an intellectual to engage. You don't need an intellectual to engage. He will have to. That's what pains certain people. Some people don't want to hear this. But if he does not do it, It will be different. So we are not going to come back to the president and say, like you say, he's the crown prince. He's not a crown prince. He's not a crown prince. It will have to be on the merit-based thing to the Liberian people, and he got the opportunity to do it because this current president is not performing.
Correct.
The fact that the current president is not performing, it gives you the latitude to come and expose his flaws, and then on the basis of that, you can get pushed up to the Liberian president. But if he does not do it, trust me, if other people can fill the gap, and that's one of the things we're thinking that the third wave. That we rather see people like, because you saw Mr. Cummings, he sounded very presidential in his level of critique.
Of course.
And he brought for some of those ways of solution. So listen, no one is coming to tell me, say,
they're not just criticizing
and just take the whole bar and say, okay, yeah, so no. And we ought to be very mature to be frank that we need the president of the Liberia to articulate to the people. Tell the people what I'm going to do for you. And how I'm going to do it, how I will protect you, how your security will be this, how this is. If that is not the case, trust me, most of us will have to have a change of mind moving to 2029. That's the kind of conversation we're having now.
The shooting as a kid, what's the other doing? The shooting as
let me make this point, right?
Yeah, Anthony, go ahead. 1 minute. That close because we leave for in the next.
Okay, yeah. So thank you, Pewee. And another thing they overlook there, you shilling Joshua, who has a way of communicating with the common man in Liberia. Wea has a way of communicating with the common people, but folks in the CDC always shield him away. Look, allow the man to be himself and put it in front of the camera and let him do what he needs to do best. But many of times, you guys have shielded this guy, and it was 1 month of the election when we started talking to the Liberian people. It was late. It was late. Allow him to be himself. He will not be, like the Ellis Cummings. He will not be like the other people, but he's weird. You understand? Let him present himself in front of the camera. Look, I want to say thank you to my political leader because he gave a clear masterpiece, a more practical alternative to this problem that we are facing in the country. I understand the president said this. He's my friend. I know he loves the country. But yeah, it's the alternative, a clear alternative. Even Focus on Liberia, as soon as here, did a summary analysis of that. That video is out there as well. I even share it on my TikTok page, and people are liking it because you can tell that Mr. Cummings did not just come to critique the government, but providing a clear alternative to the Liberian people. And so I just want to leave it there.
Sarah, quickly.
All right, thank you. Why I do agree that the former President Wea should actively engage the people. But we are not in campaign mode right now. We are in governance mode. And yes, President Wea, so a couple of times he will talk. He will not come to talk. He is the immediate past, president. He cannot be up every night they be on the phone. The other time I heard you people saying, how many presidents we get in the country? There is one president at a time. So if you see President, we are coming here talking, these are the kind of things, the kind of notion that we carry out. Once in a while, he will talk and he will give his input. And I've heard him, if not once or twice, talking before on issues. Okay. But yes, he should be more engaged. But I don't think now is the time. It's governance time. United Party is, we have one president at a time. They're governing. Once in a while, he will come and talk, and you don't have to be on the phone all the time. But Mr. Cummings doesn't be on the phone all the time. He gave input every once in a while. He's not talking every day. We have one person at a time. And besides that, we are not in campaign mode right now. We are in the governance mode. When campaign comes, President he will talk.
Okay,
he will come to talk.
Yeah, but President Rao never said that.
I want to say something sneaky. Says that we hear it.
I'm interpretation, but I know he spoke a lot of times. He says yes.
Thank you.
Your interpretation is different from mine.
Thank you, Sarah. We'll go to Ahmed quickly, but it's just like other people will remind
you. Won't sleep.
Other people will remind you quickly, Sarah, that Waka was not the president at the time, but he was talking every day, attacking we administration every day.
Well,
every day. Go ahead, Ahmed.
I'm not here,
I understand the desire of many people, including opposition members.
We're closing now, so it's 1 minute, please. We're closing in 4 minutes.
Who prefer to hear the former president speaking all the time. That I'm not.
You want to stream yourself? I got your screenshot here, my brother.
That's something I'm going to argue about. But Pewee, the only thing I can say when it comes to the structure of the institution, CDC party speaks officially to its national chairman. A decision that is made by the National Executive Committee, of which Mr. Weah is a part. So
let me ask you quickly. Who's the chief spokesperson of the party?
The chairman of the party.
It's not the political leader?
No, the political leader will speak on. He got the leverage to speak on national.
Who's the chief spokesperson?
Constitutionally, the chief spokesman of the party is the chairman of the party.
Constitutionally, okay.
Yeah, the constitution of our party makes our chairman the chief spokesman of the party.
Okay.
But sometimes they put crafted a constitution based on the political leader they care. You understand?
Yeah, one chief everything just to fit his narrative.
The reason I don't like
to respond to Sirigi is
Ahmed is an executive member. Let's listen to Ahmed.
I don't like to respond to that thing Sirigi can be talking because sometimes he really knows the Lord. But the point I'm trying to make to you, Pewee, is as per our structure.
Yeah, it's understandable.
It is good, but before Cummings, who want to be president, I want you to point to one political leader in Liberia before the Musa Belete and maybe now Cummings that responded to Madam Selim or Joseph Baka now responded to John Weah State of the Nation address. He never showed me the video where Joseph Baka as standard bearer of Unity Party had a press conference to respond to Weah 6 years State of the Nation address.
No, if not all, there was time they read. Everybody read them and he read it.
In different ways, like for example, in America, it's not a presidential candidate, so that they found one lawmaker.
I said this yesterday.
So different people different, but for our party, on issue of this
they do it for a rising star in a party to showcase the rising star in America.
Okay, for us, our rising star, our symbol, our party strength and power is within our chairman. Okay. Our political leader bears our standard, he bears our stuff. He got the latitude to speak when he wants to speak. But when the party take a position, and every position the party take is in acquiescence of the National Executive Committee, of which the political leader is.
In 10 seconds, I know we'll get the time. In 10 seconds, while you in 10 seconds, do you think the political leader of the CDC should start engaging while we headed to 2029?
I think I've said this thing repeatedly. That we cannot pray our way back to power. We must work. We must give a new vision. We must convince the Liberian people why we want leadership. And I think the most effective person to do that job is George Weah himself, who wants to be president. So I think we need to start engaging. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Nagbe, please. Just 1 minute.
No,
or so.
Let me tell my CDC friends on the set here. Sarah and Ahmed, all the reasons you're giving are just the exact reason why we should be up and center, delivering a rebuttal to the sonar. I mean, what occasion will ever be bigger than rising to that occasion and delivering a rebuttal to the State of the Nation? Are you saying if Bouaka has sent Kun to deliver the State of the Nation, would have been okay? Because that's what you're telling us.
No, you see, the responsibility of the president.
I mean, we don't have the time, man.
He asked a question.
The former president.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he just go.
The former president, I agree with Anthony. The former president, look, he has the gravitas. He's probably he's the best thing right now the city has going for them. The fact that you guys will continue to sidetrack him, I think you're not helping the situation. And I said it the other day, you two got upset. If you guys think because this former president has the popularity that he will be coronated without doing anything and not working for it, you're mistaken. He needs to come in here and get his hands dirty. I said that over and over. Let me finish, Sarah. Let me finish. Please. Then you'll come in.
Make statement like that.
Let me finish, then you can come in, man. An occasion such as the State of the Nation.
So you think he behaving like a prom prince? Like
I think they are being presumptuous to think that he already has it. He doesn't need to.
No,
nobody's
being presumptuous. Nobody
we are talking about the Yonsei series here.
We don't have to come and talk. You don't know what's happening behind the scene. We don't have to come and give you our strategy.
Mr. Number 5 seconds, please.
Okay, so but I will say here, of all the rebuttals that were delivered, I think the CDC rebuttal fell flat. I'll be honest.
Why? How?
Because
one, statement at the opposition who
I'll tell you, they're not
you rather think I will leave my fundamental disappointment in the 700,000 job thing they tend to counter about coming uno Sonny or Musa Berete uno when he ain't need nothing to me. Like why we can focus on? I beg you, man, I beg you. Let us the opposition need to start to get serious.
Thank you, Mr. Namistera. You close already, right?
The opposition need to get serious.
Too many close up so we can go. 1 minute.
Yeah, look, I will say this. I agree with I share Mr. Pewee. I share the position he shared. Look, I will say this. If you know President, we have like Casamar knowing his strength is when he's speaking extemporaneously with all the prepared texts. And that's when he communicates with people. That his best, when he is at his best, whenever he's not reading from prepared texts. And he's a great communicator. The people he talks to, they catch it right away and they follow it. And whenever he says something, people take it and make a link of it and they take it because the kind of person he is. And I always say, I will always encourage the CDC people, the handlers, to make sure that this time around, don't forget, he's been president before. And what's going to happen in the next coming years and months, those who are running to be president too, the various parties, they will be behind CDC to make president. We have to talk because at the end of the day, before they surrender to him and say, well, you will be the RAF for the opposition, they will make sure they will do all in their power to force them to talk, to play views, because it's important. And you shouldn't try to sugarcoat it. I'll be honest. A person we ask, even the average 3 months, he have a major tete-a-tete with the press. It will be good. He goes to accounting. He engaged the people there. It will be good. It will help. The party will help him because the people love him. He's someone who was loved. He's loved by people. I don't care what you want to say. Once he says something, people will pick up. So I encourage the handlers of the president, former president, to encourage him to be more vocal, to talk most of the time to the people. Not when they sending the sorry gates. So I agree with Pewee. Most of the sentiment you share.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I think we're calling at night. Tomorrow we hope to see you. But yeah, but Syria is always on point to defend her political party. It just let money say something today that the other powerful people that benefited as minister, he called few names. He called few names today that I was suggesting. I said I hope this thing shouldn't be Monkey work now, then Tankan Babu can draw. But good night, gentlemen.
Have a good night, gentlemen.
But did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir. and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political money in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to countries, because many times you notice that.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small that road, B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.